Okay, welcome back. Afternoon session, a bit different at the indoor, as you regular viewers might know. It's block racing, so younger ones and cruisers in the morning, and then the older ones in the afternoon. So day 2, round 2. Looking forward to speeds going up again this afternoon compared to this morning, and even compared to yesterday. Practice just finishing behind me for championship, and then we go live with the motos. First of all, let's catch up again with Henry Sullivan, who we spoke to yesterday, Crucial BMX. All right, I'm here with Henry Sullivan, riding for Crucial. Day's going quite well so far. Let's talk about today first. How'd it go?
Yeah, amazing. Got the first, got my personal best
You
time.
ready?
Yeah, and I'm happy what I got.
All right, you're wearing the medal as well. Nice one there. Yeah, PB, is that right?
Yeah.
So, tell us about your bike. You're on a new bike. Tell us all about this lovely machine.
So it's got a personal paint job. It's got the Behringer stem, and all built by Crucial.
And what is the bike?
A Speedco.
It's really lovely. So, okay, so Henry, tell us about what you're hoping for this year and then longer term as well. What's your hopes and aspirations the next year or two?
So this year I want to win the Euro Champs, maybe the Worlds if we go, and I want to win the National Series again. And for the future, maybe win the Olympics, win the Worlds a few times, and yeah.
All right, well, aiming very high and going very fast, and really noticed not just that you were a big lad and now they're all catching you up, but the skills are coming there as well. Such a competitive age group, and I know you enjoy racing all the other lads in there. So, good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that. Good to catch up with Henry Sullivan again. He had another great day today, another win. So well done to Henry. Just doing a few prizes from yesterday, actually. I think it's Whole Shot Prize and Max's Move of the Day. So well done to those guys. Yeah, racing should start pretty soon, so keep tuned. See you soon.
Pro Start, welcome. Attention. Okay, riders, we're gonna start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, here we go, session 2 underway, day 2 here at Manchester, the second round of the British BMX National Series, sponsored by Lloyds. In and out of turn number 1, we are looking at Mr. Jack Devine, leading through the 22, that belongs to Jack Laughlin. Louis Cheffy in there as well, he's already raced the cruiser this morning. He is double biking, doing a grand job of it as well as they go in and out of that final corner. It is going to be Jack Devine. Got Mason Barnard, Cody Hughes, Jasper Kimber and Archie Malkin in there as well as we move on. And look at the one plate that belongs to James Bibby. Also got Lewis Fancini, Sam Knight, Declan O'Lone. Declan, I think that is. Dawson Scott, Jacob Aston and Max Livingston, but there's no doubting who is in and out of that last turn with a humongous lead. It is James Bibby of Pro Start. He's going to pick up the win. Livingston in there as well. As we move on to moto number 3, Ford, Smith, Payne, Mullen, Brownson, Murphy and Sam Riches. Mum will still be watching at home. Isaac Smith with his new Lego man haircuts. That's a private joke between me and Sam. Should be chuckling away up there in the stands. Elton John was Rocket Man. Isaac Smith is Lego Man.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 4, Deacon Charles, Itai Jamira, Zach Hamill, Charlie Cotton, Zach Parsons, Archie Crocker-White, and Mr. Joe Rook. Rook in that second place as they go in and out of is that Archie Crocker-White, who's had a roll around on the floor? Sliding away. He's already had one this weekend, hasn't he? That's not great. So he's in there in 1, Jamira in 2. That's going to be Zach Hamill Retro Racing in there in 3 with Charlie Cotton. Absolutely on fire yesterday, both bikes. He's in there in 4. And the Braintree rider, Zach Parsons, in 5. Archie's picked himself up. He is okay. Bit miffed, but apart from that, unhurt.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 5, Ethan Buttery, Mason Jones, Lucas Belton in this one. Lewis Hughes, Niall Elkindi, Lucas Gomez-Sands and Theo Davis. In and out of the turn we go, 3 abreast. Oh, Lewis just got pushed the wrong side of the pro set. Belton out there in front. Being chased down. In and out of the turn we go. Ethan Buttery in there as well. Niall Elkindi. It is the 640. Lucas Gomez-Sands who's in there in that second spot. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Belton, Sands, and the Nightwood rider, Elkindi. Race 6, Harrison Doe, Noah Backwell, Adrian Galitis, Finlay Short, Archie Bell, Alberts Ali Edzans, and Emil Challenger. Still with your 13-year-olds. Got a feeling that's Archie Bell leading it into the turn. Being chased down by Adrian Galitis, Emil Challenger in there in 3. That's the way they're going to cross the line. Whatever it was, I didn't see it. Race 7. Got a rider in there from Bangor City BMX Club. That'll be Jacob Jameson. Always good to see Jacob on track. Haven't managed to have a chat with his dad this weekend. But as they come to the line, Zach Everly is going to take it to the stripe. Harry Swales in there in 3. Who got the 2? It was Oliver Taylor. Right, so Brooke Fawcett, who's just become £100 better off. She's in there in 1. These are the 13-year-old girls. She's doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Iris Hyder, Pure Bicycles, in there in 2. Elsie Blight in 3. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Lily Mae Gould rounding out the top 4. Megan Mooney, Beth Hewitt in there as well as we move on to moto number 9. Grace Gerard, the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching girls, going well in this 13-year-old age group. Amelia Martin's in there. She's back there in about 5th. Again, out of Bangor City BMX Club. Holly Hume, Evie Dyson, Seren Pritchard in there in 2. Paige Cathcart Cunnison going through as well. Chasing Amelia to the line, Holly Hume and Evie Dyson. Race 10, Elizabeth Gray and Mara McCarran. Freya Harris out in front, Samia Hughes in there as well. The Irish ladies well represented. That is Elizabeth Lola Poole. Sorted Race Gear, Troy Lee Designs in there in that second spot. Olivia Johnson as well and Elizabeth Graham. Race 11, Poppy Bishop, Hannah Mackey in this one. Millie Ross, Poppy May Kirby, Tyler Davenport and Olivia Webb. Olivia in there in 4. Chasing down Millie Ross, it's Miss Poppy Bishop out in front. The 11 belongs to Poppy May Kirby. Green Machine Tribe. In and out of that final turn, it's going to be Bishop taking the win. Kirby, Ross, Webb, Tyler Davenport and Hannah Mackey. On to the 14-year-olds, Darwin Shepherd, Harry Holmes, Ralph Sowerby. That looks like Henry Potts out in front. Sullivan Collis in this one as well. Sullivan's in there in about 5. Roland Delzan, Max Vass. Race 13, Lewis.
Josh Jepson leads out race number 13 in the 14-year-old boys. That looks like the 11 plate of Harry Tyres out of Moto 1, trying to chase him into that second turn. Moves are being made. Look at the 25 plate just about hanging on. That is Oliver Arnold. He was under all sorts of pressure in turn number 2. Ruben Bishop trying to find a way through, but he's now under pressure himself. That's the 7 of Ethan Crooks Martin trying to work his way back into the top 4. He's going to have to settle for 5. Rider down into turn number 1, but Ethan Howell not phased one bit. Mr. Silk out front. Howell going 1 and 2 with the 38X of Freddie Parkinson out of Pro Start BMX. Mark Torzidlow put it into the A final yesterday, rode really well. He's in there in 3, being chased down the final straight. Now looks like MK Evolution's Jamie Terblanche. It was the 28 plate Stanley Farmer. He's up to his feet walking away.
Okay, rider, random start. Rider, ready, watch the gate.
Race number 15 is a go. Max McNulty from the outside of the gate looking to pick up a whole shot, but he's got the 4 right there with him. That's got to be Charlie Craig, Crank BMX coaches, so Craig leads it out. Oh, McNulty banging bows with Lawrence Bojang as he came into the second straight. Bojang got it all wrong, ends up back in 3rd. Who's in there for 4? Look at Louis Kacharik throwing in moves like you wouldn't believe. Radco Racing's up to 4, Adam Arnold in 5. Bojang's in 3, chasing McNulty down, but it is going to be Charlie Craig out front picking up that race win. Crucial racing, James Miller, a 1 on the bike for a reason. Check that out for a lead on the exit of turn number 1. Absolutely flying away with this moto. The 36 plate in there in 2, that's Evan Davey. The 14's in there as well. That is Jude Hoff out of BM Racing. In and out of turn number 2. SAS Race Team got a rider in this one. That is James Pipe on the 38 plate being chased down by the 56. That is Cam Brooks out of Derby BMX. But James Miller, no one's catching him in that moto. He's going to pick up that another race win. JP on track, 3 on the bike. Hard Knocks bike coaching, charging into that second turn, been flying all weekend long so far. Joe Douglas in this one, chasing him down in that 2 spot. It looks like Rustin Udder got a rider in 3, that is Gilmore Green. The 61 plate in 4, that is Finian Turner Smith. In and out of that final corner for Preston Pirates, being under some pressure from Fergus Suter. Suter's going to pick up that 4 spot on the line as the Centurions give him a big old cheer as he takes it across. National champ from last season, female 14s, Ruby Warren, Pure Bicycles leading this one through. She's got the W8, Esme Ward stays strong, chasing her down in that 2 spot, but Warren out front looking good. That looks like Naira O'Connell in there in the 4 spot, looking for a way round the Braintree rider Molly Fumi Carroll. She's going to hang on to 3 with O'Connell in 4. Next up on track, more 14-year-old girls heading in towards that second turn. European number 5, Emma Kiss, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, running away with this moto at the moment. Look at the move in turn number 2. That's Anushka Jones putting the pressure on. Worked her way into that 2 spot, but she's now under pressure herself. That looks like Martha Cottom out of MCR. She's now been shuffled back to that 4 spot. That's got to be Holly Diver. Diver's back in 4. Cottom nicks the 3. Anushka Jones 2. Emma Kiss out front with the win. Ronnie Richards Fast Signatures leads away the first 15-year-old moto of the day. Looking as smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. The 49 plate in there behind him. That is Sam Wood out of Doncaster BMX, rep of the GY95 jersey, bringing it down the final straight. The 3 spot looking like that is going to be, I think that was Evan Jones. Next up on track, Nathaniel Eames put it into his first ever 8 final yesterday. Looking for more of that today. Sorted race gear out front. Newton Hindley's in there in 2 on the 14 plate. The front 2 riders have ran away with this moto at the moment. The 11 of Harrison Barnes in there for 3. Looking good for Nuneaton BMX Club, but it's all out front with Eames. A race win for him to start off his day of racing. More sorted race gear riders out on track. Toby Lynch running out front, looking good with Ned Guppy in there behind him. That looks like Oscar Jewell in there inside the top 3. Who's picking up the 4? Rustin Up Racing. That is Eddie Millington on the 44 plate. Guppy looked up the inside of Lynch in the final turn, but didn't take the risk. He's just going to settle for that 2 spot down the final straight with Lynch picking up the race win. Race 23, Cotty going 1 and 2 with Bartley in and out of that first corner. Bartley's teammate is right there in 3. That's got to be Warwork. Hard Knocks bike coaching looking good at the moment. Then the Argentinian jerseys picking up some pace in 4. That is Robin, Matty and Alonso putting a bit of pressure on Warwork as they take it into the final turn. Maxwell Lawrence in there in 5, looking for a way into the top 4. Bartley putting the pressure on Cottrell out front. It looks like Alonso's going to nick the 3 spot. Cottrell hangs on to the race win. 9 on the plate, Moto 1 Muckoff leading out race number 24. Where is Brody Geddes? He's in there in that 3 spot, doing it for Astar Racing. The 2 spot is the 4 of Osborne. Heath Osborne, that is out of MK, in and out of that final turn. Tyres. Moto 1 out front, smooth as you like, under pressure though from Osborne at the line. Osborne's going to nick that race win. Race number 25 into turn number 1. Kobe Rayford on track. Stay strong, going 1 and 2 at the moment. You world number 2 leading this one out. Elvis Lawrence doing all he can to keep tight to the back wheel of his teammate in and out of that second corner. The 7 of Shaw doing it for Pro Star BMX in there for 3. Harry Bailey's in 4. Nate Hamilton in 5. Hamilton looking for a way round Bailey on the exit of turn number 3. Dexter Beerup's in there as well, putting the pressure on down the final straight, but Rayford going to pick up that race win.
Right, race 26 on track. Katie Miller, Ella Blue Chidley, Evie Malkin, Jalaya Patel, Clara Jankuska, and Emily Grimm. In and out of the turn we go. That is the 5 plate belonging to Jalaya Patel. Out there in front, she's doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Clara's out of Royston on that 985 plate. Emily Grimm, Team in there in about 4th spot at the moment, chasing down the 1 of Katie Miller. In and out of the final corner, Jalaya still out in front. She's going to go down to the stripe. Ella Blue Chidley for the 2, I think. Yep, she did. Katie Miller the 3, Evie the 4, Emily the 5. Afia Pick, Maddie Dixon, Bella Rowe, Phoebe Blackwell, Matilda Zayarev, and Sidoni Cleve. Bella looking good going down that 3rd straight. Fighting it out with Sidoni Cleve. Pro Start versus Stay Strong, taking it to the line. Aifa Pick in there in that 3rd spot, doing it for Green Machine Tribe. As we look at the 3 plates belonging to Amelie Eaton. Out there in front, good to see Isla Young back on track, double biking this weekend. Battling away with Lexi Kearns, doing it for Allens, BMX.com and Supercross. Libby Coppin in there in 3, Rin Serafina Gianolino in 2. On to another age group, 16-year-old boys. It is the BMX Widow photography dudes out there in front. Cooper McCrum and Eric McSwitty going 1 and 2. Alex Dunkley in there in 3. Charging down that final straight. Milton Keynes rider going through there in 4. That was Ollie Terblanche. Just taking a look at Mason Groves. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear. He's in there in 2. Chasing down Luke Wilcox. Good to see Luke the Nuke back on it. Back on the racetrack yet again. Smooth as you like, as Lewis would say. Took it all the way to the line with a 30.215. Right. Reactive racing, so I've got a funny feeling that is Bradley James, followed by Oliver James. Not related, just the same surname. Malachi Lloyd, Harry Sher, Mark Hewitt, Khalil Baptiste, and Freddie Entwistle. Freddie in there, in that 3rd spot. Always good to see Freddie on track. As we go to race 32. Lucas Seeley, a winner of the 16s yesterday. Also picked up that whole shot award from ODI, netted himself £100 and some ODI goodies. In and out of the final turn he goes. Got Noah Jones, Dylan Jones, Harry Taylor, Jack David, David Opere Meha, and Ollie Kirby. Race 33, Freddie Franklin. Doing it for Rusty Nut Racing, out there in front, Stan Mason. Resilient Team Racing, Elijah Jamira in there as well. In fact, it is Jamira, I think, taking it to the line. Jamira in 1, who got the 3? Freddie Franklin, Osborne in 2, Eden Boone rounding out the top 4. As we move to race 34 and on to the 16-year-old girls. Felicity Brewer, Lottie Brown, Jessie Leasley, Lottie McFarlane, Eliza French, and Emily Dean. Felicity doing it for Gosport NLT. Oh! Coming together in the turn. Jessie Leasley hits the deck. Banging bars with Lottie McFarlane. Lottie Brown takes the win. So Jessie's okay, she seems to be. 17 to 18s, race number 36. Byron Turner, Jaden Fawcett in this one as well. Hang on, no. Skipped a race, sorry. Grace Burge, Lucy Gardner, Itana Price, Summer Glenn, Ruby Walford, and Ailey Watson. Ailey in there in 3. Grace taking the win. Oh, it was Lucy Gardner, sorry. Grace for 2. Ailey for 3. Itana for 4.
Whilst we've got a brief moment, there is a Fiat 500 outside with the registration NJ140RF. That is NJ140RF. Your window is open. So if you want to head back to your car, if it carries on raining or starts raining again, we don't want your car getting wet inside. So that's a Fiat 500, registration NJ140RF. Thank you.
Right, on to the 17 and 18-year-old age group. Race 36, Jaden Fawcett is in this one. He's in there in 2. Being chased down by the 259 that belongs to Henry A winner of the Maxis Move of the Day yesterday. Picking up those Maxis tyres and a very fetching hat. Oscar Stanbury, Zach Twitchin's in there as well. In there in that 3rd spot, but they are chasing Henry A to the line. Fawcett, Twitchin, 1, 2 and 3. Race 37 at Lewis.
17 to 18-year-olds out on track. Looks like the 3X of Eli Smith leading it through the 16 in there in that 2 spot. That's Reece Toole out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. This one got busy down the first straight, and it's ended up with Finn Collis in there in 3. SAS Race Team in 4 on the 12 plate. That's Sam Hamling in and out of the final corner. Collis trying to chase Toole down the final straight. Can he get close enough as to bring it down to the line? Finn Collis nicks the 2 spot. Eli Smith, your race winner, 127 on the plate. That is, of course, Tom Millar heading into turn number 2 out front of Tom Doran. In and out of turn 2, then that is Nathan Barata picking up the 3, who's in 4. It looks like we're going to ride out of Absolute. That's got to be Amos Guppy. Last straight action then. Millar, Doran, that's going to be the order that they're taking across the line with Barata rounding out the podium positions. Kai Blaine, Thomas Kay, Joe Penson, Vogt, Lewis Cook, Jack Clark, Marco Reynolds and Ethan Abbott. Lewis Cook leading it out for the Centurions, massive. The 7X in there in that 2 spot. That is Kai Blaine out of Team Air and Andover heading into the final corner. Rusted at racing in this one as well. That is Joe Penson Vogt. He's going to round out the top 3 spots as race number 40 heads down the first straight and into the first turn. That's the 11. John O'Haradine leads this one through for MK Evolution and all of the single ladies out there. The 25 plate in 2. That is Jack de Jong out of the Centurions, massive. Astar Racing up to about 4. That is Lewis Collins Nemo. The move came in the turn though. The 30X working his way through. Angus Graham out of Brixton BMX. He's now up to 4 down the last straight. Who's the rider picking up the 3? That is the 13. I think that might have been the 32. William Alfie Harrison. On track with race number 41. The 111 on the plate. Got to be flying Flynn Drellincourt. Heading into that final corner out front. Jaden Green out of Allen's Factory. He's going to pick up that 2 spot just in front of Ollie Coppin as to take it down to the line. Next up, 7 to 18-year-old girls heading into that first corner. That's Alexis McCartney going to 1 and 2 with BMX Woodder Photography. Rosie O'Brien on the 16 plate. Charlotte Stanley out of Brentwood Park National Race Team. Bethany Coates, Lucy Groundwater and Esme Brook all in this race as well. Esme's just working her way around the outside to go from 3 to 2 into that final corner, but she's banging bows with Rosie O'Brien in the turn, and it's going to be O'Brien picking up that 2 spot just behind McCartney across the line. 14 on the plate, leading out race number 43, LVG NRT. That is Sophie Kynaston bringing her through the 3rd straight. Smiley's Fly Club got a rider in this one. That is Eleanor Curtis on the 11 plate doing it for Decoy BMX, along with Here comes Adele Veruti on the 12X, out there in that 2 spot. Down to the line, then Curtis isn't quite going to get close enough. Veruti's going to hang on to 2. Race 44, Sophie Elwood, Sabina Ashman, Teresa McConnell, Daisy Lovin and Isla Radcliffe. That is Isla in there in 3, chasing down Elwood in 2. But your race leader and yesterday's winner, the 11X of Sabina Ashman, rusted up racing in and out of that final corner. Next up on track, 19 to 29-year-olds in and out of turn number 1. Tyrese Bradshaw, back up after yesterday's crash. He's going to pick up the 1 spot down this 3rd straight. George Gerard in there in 2. The 21 plate in 3. That is Alex Taylor. Moto 1 in there for 4. That was Charlie Roy. Race number 46, Dan Kay on an absolute blinding start. Heading through the 2nd straight. Mabo Factory Team UK. He's leading it into that 2nd corner. Where's Che Young? He's in there at about 4 at the moment. That looks like the 8. In there in the 2 though. Chasing down Kay into the final turn. Jaden Seawood. That's Josh Wallace in there in the 3. Here comes a late charge from Che Young. He's going to nick the 3 spot on the line. Dan Kay though out front. Oh, all sorts of carnage happening into turn number 1. It is Theodore Peterkin leading out the race though. Ollie Cope. Good to see him back on track as well after the crash in yesterday's final. He's in there in the 2 spot, putting the pressure on Theodore as they bring it into the final corner. Eddie the Hitman Cannon's in there in 3. Who's the rider riding out of Team Mind in there in 4. Bringing it down the final straight. That is Oscar Matthew Cowlard. We're just going to make sure that Brandon Mallon is all right. He's on the floor at the moment.
Yeah. Right, can we just have Brian Mallon out, please? Yeah. Right, we're on hold for a minute, just while we look after Brandon. I'm sure Brian's making his way down. Yeah, Brian, if you can hear me, just head straight over to the medical team and the ambulance, please. Just have Brian Mallon over to the medics, the ambulance, please.
Give it up for Brandon Mallon, ladies and gents. We are going to look to get racing resumed.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Back into the action with racer number 48, 19 to 29-year-olds getting busy into turn number 1. Bags is on the inside of Strickland, just about making it happen, so it is brilliantly Savage, your world number 8 rider for Savage Racing, heading into turn number 2. Alfie Bags going to 2 and 3 with Cal Strickland. That looks like the 12 of Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 4. Dexter Gambay in 5. In and out of the final corner. Savage, yesterday's winner, picking up the win in his first moto of the day. 19 to 29-year-old women out on track now, leading it into turn number 1. W5 on the plate, Savage Racing once again. Annabelle Townsend going 1 and 2 with the 1X plate of Megan Gerard. Doing it for Rab Racing. That looks like Green Machine Tribe in the mix as well. Inside the top 3, but the movers come in turn number 2. The 6 plate of Imogen Gibson worked her way just in front of Megan Kirby as they went on the exit of turn number 2. So it is going to be Townsend, Gerard, Gibson, 1, 2 and 3. Race 50 out on track. Ice Bikes leading this one through. Yetska Hemstock, who's in there with her. Looks like Hannah Drew on the inside into that second corner. Neck and neck with Izzy Hurry. Hurry's just shuffled back a spot, then she's in there in 3. Looking to work her way back into the 2, but it's all out front. Ice Bikes UK in and out of that final corner. Gonna be Yetska Hemstock, who's gonna get the 2. Hurry putting the pressure on Drew right the way down to the line.
Right, let's have a look at the ladies out there, 19 to 29. I can see Anita Wong, so we must be on moto number 51. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, riders, random start.
Amy Willett's in there in 3.
Ready, watch the gate.
That's going to be Remy Godfrey taking it to the line. Also got Suzanne Jenkins in there. And Alaya Akalele. Right, Masters.
Okay, riders, random start.
8 plate Matthew Bourne. Good to see Matthew back on track. He's battling with Billy Luckhurst. And here comes the original Tom Palmer. Heading to the stripe. And Romney Wybrow Parker even. Right, race 53. Out of Brazil, Chris Granger. Mitchell Smith, Connor Hudson, Sean Issett and Darren Oatley. Issett in there in 3, BMXhype.com. Oatley in 4, Granger in 5. Adam Brazil battling with Connor Hudson. On to the veterans, Mark Moore. That is Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, Mr. 96 podcast out there in front. Good to see Mark Moore on track. Nigel Smith, Mark Vries, George Salmon, Ross Kennedy, who's not a TV presenter. Grant Yerbury, Zoltan Boudet. But they are all chasing Scott Boom Boom Beaumont to the line. Boudet's in there in 3, I think. Yerbury in 4, Mark Moore in 5. Mark Vries picking up that second spot. Moving on, more veterans. John Lillingston, Matt Barnard, Danny T. Aboard that Dead Fast Racing carbon frame. Matthew Eaton in there in 4. And you've also got Jack Hatfield and Hayden Thoreau in there. Ben Martin as well. No Mark Kinsey after his fall yesterday. Grand veterans Alan Hill, Jason Lewis, Neil Waddington getting a bit out of control there. There were no such problems in a skate park, Neil. Stu Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 3. Hilly taking the win. More Grand Vets coming at us right now. Martin Ogden doing it for Resilience Racing. Brett Knight, Christos Chalkos, Ian Milne. I have to give Ian Milne a shout out. He was wearing an original Robinson jersey from the 80s yesterday. I mean, God, if it had crashed in it, it'd have disintegrated. It was that old. But the fact he was wearing an original Robinson team jersey from the 80s, major kudos for that one, Ian. Love it. Last rack of Grand Vets before we go to Championship Women. Brett Archibald, Dave Knowles, Matt Knight. Hang on. Warlock's had a special pie in the break. He's out in front. They're just laughing their heads off as they go past us. Let him win one, Brett. Oh, Dave Knowles, it's going to sneak in. Dave Knowles, oh! Spoiled the party, photo finish. Oh, right, Championship Women up first. Top of the hill, big one, 8 metre. Right, just 4 riders in this one. Noel Sorrendal, torn after a crash in practice on Friday. It is Emmy Seaward, Lexi Way in and out the turn 1 and 2. Taya Gaynor's in there as well. That is Anya Mata Alonso. Is she in? No, I don't think she is actually. Emily Hutt, sorry, and Taya Gaynor. So Emily out there in 1, Lexi in 2, Taya in 3, Emmy Seaward in 4. And Emily Hutt bringing it to the line aboard that Speedco. She's going to take the win. Lexi takes the 2.
Second rack of Championship Women hits the track, and it is Freya the Slayer, Chalice, Absolute Bicycle Motocross and Mayhem World Team. In and out of that first corner, it is Chalice leading it. Jess Marriott in there in 2. Heading into that second turn, looks like we've got Evie Webster in this one, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter and Megan Roy. The 3 spot is Megan Roy, then heading into the final turn. Evie Webster in 4, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter in 5, and Laurie Ann Carruthers in 6.
Right, Junior Open are next. Junior Open first rack of these guys, two of them in tall, James Clitheroe in the middle, Larkins as well, Everly working his way into two, so it's Clitheroe leading it out, Everly in there in two, that looks like a Tomlinson going through in three, Larkins in four, Sean Brown in five, but Hard Dogs, Bike Coach and James Clitheroe leading down the third straight into the final turn. Noah Everly's trying to get close, is he going to have enough in the tank? There's half a bike in it! Clitheroe, Everly, Tomlinson, Larkins.
Second rack of junior men is a go. Tidy S on the outside, but it's going to be going all sorts of sketchy into turn one. Bowen leads it out. Who's here with him? Looks like we've got Henry Rayner out of Evolve Collective. Tidy S has worked himself up to three. That looks like Cody Coker in there in four. But out front with Stay Strong, Kai Bowen gonna pick up this win in junior men down to the wire. It is Rayner for the two. Coker pushing to the line. Tidy S is gonna hang on to three.
Russell, Markley, Esselmont, Hunt, Bell and Cornish heading down the hill first of the Supercross. Yesterday's winner, George Hunt, he wants a bit more. He's out in front doing it for LCC. Cornish and Russell chasing him down. Harrison Bell hanging on in that fourth spot at the moment. Esselmont back there in six, driving as hard as he can. Casey Markley in five. George Hunt doing it for the LCC team. To the line, taking the win.
First rack of motos, last race heading through the first straight, and it is Joss Marnham, last year's national champion, leading it in and out of turn number one. Who's that there with him? Got to be Danny O'Gorman, picking it up as he come on round. Finn Hoff's in there in three. That looks like Millick Hughes in four. He got tight in turn two. Hoff looked underneath. O'Gorman couldn't quite make his stick. So it is going to be Marnham in and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up the race win, bringing it down to the wire. Hoff with a late charge on the line. O'Gorman hangs on. Hughes in four. First rack of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
are back round to the first moto of the second rack. Race number 65.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch, wait.
Here we go then, the 13-year-olds are back on track. Check him out. One on the front of his bike for a reason. James Bibby, last year's national champion, riding out of Pro Star BMX. Who's in there with him? Jack Devine on the 8-plate, racing up an age group, but he picked up a second yesterday in behind Bibby. So yesterday's 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 as it stands. Got the 17-plate in there in 3, that is Oliver Taylor out of MK, along with the 30-plate in 4, that is Finn Murphy out of the Nuneaton BMX Club. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. James Bibby with another show of force. Charlie Cotton out of sort of race gear in the 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the 12 out front. That is Adrian Galitis doing it for TNT.
Okay, riders.
It looks like we've got a fast signatures rider in there. Harry Swales on the 13 plate being chased down by the 24 as they bring it into the final corner. Noah Ford looking to pick up a top 3 finish, putting the pressure on Swales down the final straight. Can he get close enough? I don't think he will. Race number 67 on track. That looks like Green Machine, the 15 plate. Sam Richards in there in 2, Retro Racing in 3. The move came in turn number 2 though, that's Niall O'Kindy. Tried to work his way
Ready, watch, wait.
into a top 3 spot, didn't quite make it happen. So Zach Hamill now moving on up, just in front of Sam Richards, who shuffled back to 4 now. But your race winner going to be Archie Bell out of CGR. Jump Club, S&M Source and Rab Racing are out front in this one. That looks like Akim Razia inside the top 3. Chasing down a Ty Jumeirah in there into, and your race leader Ronnie Payne on the 9 plate. Who's in there for? That's the 21. Got to be a meal challenger out of Brixton BMX. Yes, it is in and out of that final corner. That's how they're going to bring it as they take it across the line. Stay strong on track. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there into Rook out front. Reactive Racing got Lucas Belton in there. He's inside the top 4 at the moment, chasing down the 55 plate of, Belton's in 3, Harrison Doe in 4. It is going to be Beasley though out front picking up that race win. Race 70. Albert Salazar's in this one, Jack Laughlin, Theo Davies, Archie Croker White, Dawson Scott, Kieran Brownson and Zach Everly. Everly it is in there in that 2 spot, having a battle with Reactive Racing's Jack Laughlin in that second turn, but your race leader on the 3 plate, Archie Croker White. Absolute Bicycle Motocross looking superb into that final turn. In and out they go. White, he's going to pick up this race win. Laughlin, Everly through in 2 and 3. Next up on track, that looks like Crank BMX Coaching leading this one through. Rider out of MK Evolution in there inside the top 4, chasing down the rider out of Braintree. But it is Rab Racing out front. Isaac Descender Smith, Noah Bagwell in 4. Lewis Hughes in there in that 2 spot, and the rider out of Braintree is Zach Parsons. He's in there inside the top 3. Here comes Hughes down the final straight, pushing all the way to the line, but it is Smith picking up the race win. 13-year-old girls now out on track, the 7 plate on the inside. Samaya Hughes riding out of Ireland on the 7 plate. She's in there in the 3, chasing down the 8 plate just in front. That is Elsie Blight out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. But your race leader is the 19X Poppy Bishop, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. She's going to pick up that race win. More 13-year-old girls on track in race number 73. Your world number 7 leads this one out. That is Freya Harris out of Moto 1 Muck-Off, along with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there for the 2. Grace Gerard on the 3 plate. Rustin at Racing got a rider inside the top 3. Now it's Lily May Gould riding out of Decoy BMX Club Team Air inside the top 4. That's Olivia Webb on the 15 plate. She's being chased down the final straight by Amelia Martin and Evie Dyson. It's going to be Martin and Dyson in 4, 5 and 6. Race 74, Brookfast 4 seats. Yesterday's winner, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front, 2 on the plate. Got a big old gap to Sarah Pritchard in there in that 2 spot. She's riding out of Evolve Collective. Green Machine Tribe in there in 3, Poppy May Kirby on the 11 plate, and that is Team Mind in there inside the top 4, Millie Ross. European number 7 leads this one out. Elizabeth Lola Poole going 1 and 2 with the E5. 2 European finalists from last year. Look at them battling it out front. It's going to be Iris Hyder though. Pure Bicycles working her way into the 1 spot, heading into the final turn. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in the 2. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight and across the line with Maura McCarran in 3. 14-year-old boys. Ethan Howell leads this one out. National number 2 from last year. Radco Racing in there as well. Louis Kacharik. That looks like rusting up. Gilmore Green in 3. Adam Arnold in 4. Moves coming in turn number 2. That's a 37 plate. Working his way in. Harry Holmes out of Braintree. It was the SAS rider. James Clark that just got shuffled back a spot. But Ethan Howell picking up the race win.
Right, race 77, Jack Perkins, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out there in front at the moment, being chased down by Crucial BMX's James Miller. The 11 plate in there in 3 belongs to Harry Tyres, Moto 1 and Mukoff, followed in by the Crank BMX rider. I think it is, or is it 0-1? It's 0-1, Holly Steele. So Perkins, Miller taking it to the line. Tyres in there in 3, Oliver Arnold running up with the 5. Race 78. Oh! Got a feeling that was Max Vass, I think, hitting the deck. Charlie Bob Craig battling away with the rider out of Preston. That's going to be Finney and Turner Smith. Josh Jepson very nearly got caught up in that one as well. Twazadilo in there in 4. Stanley Farmer. It was the 8 plates. It was Max Vass. Thankfully, he's walked away.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
We're on a temporary hold, ladies and gents. While we've got a bit of time, why don't we talk about the world of BMX at the moment? What's going on in the world of BMX?
What is going on? Been plenty of good Euro action, I know that much.
Yes, there has. Verona,
Right.
Teal, both happened over the last month or so.
Yeah.
Teal last weekend.
Yeah, I think Verona was a much better event in terms of, you know, who was there and the standard of racing that went on. But what I was happy about with Teal was the fact that there was a huge amount of English riders there.
Yeah, most
especially
certainly.
in the younger age groups.
Yeah, it was good to watch actually, very good to watch. Enjoyed watching both events. Podcasts.
Podcasts. I wish. I need to start again.
I was going to say this when
I've done nothing for over a year.
Yeah, I know. I did think that. Yeah,
It's not great.
No.
I have had other stuff going on, to be honest, but
Yeah.
we'll not go into that. But yeah, it's one of them, innit? We'll get back on it eventually.
I did listen to Late to the Gate this morning. On
Oh
the,
yeah,
on
Sean,
my,
it's Late to the Gate
yeah,
podcast.
Sort of season 2.
Or in Sean's case, Late Out of the Gate.
Yeah, pretty much. That was a good listen. Enjoyed that. Listening to them talk about the Worlds coming up later on this year.
Do you not think, though, with Late to the Gate, while we're talking about that, let's just throw Sean under the bus while we've got an opportunity, that, like, Booter and Issit are like naughty schoolboys trying to cause trouble.
Yeah.
And Alistair Burton is like the teacher trying to keep him in line.
100%.
Like,
especially on that most recent one when they're sat next to each other.
Yeah.
It's
like
the two kids that you can't put at the back of the class, isn't it?
No, yeah. Alistair's like the adult in the room. You wouldn't think that, Issit actually taught the next generation of young people for a living. It's quite hilarious.
It is funny to watch. It is definitely.
It is.
Yeah, that's a great listen. We've got the 96 podcast as well.
Yeah.
Scott Beaumont's podcast.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a great listen. I like listening to the national roundups that they do. With Jules Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, they're good. I do enjoy them.
Yeah. And if you're a bit like old school or mid school, Dale Holmes has done some really good ones lately as well.
Yes, he has. I've seen them. I've not listened yet, but they are on my list of things to listen to.
Yeah. Awesome.
What else is going off in the world of BMX? This is what happens when you have 6 months away.
Well, you disappeared for 6 months.
I know. I can't.
You're like a hermit. You went and lived in a cave.
I did, pretty much. Disappeared for 6 months. Turned up and everything's new. It's like walking into a new world.
Yeah.
Brilliant. It's lovely.
That's what happens when you leave Bulwell. Joking, we love Bulwell. Just a bit of banter between me and Lewis.
Ooh. Traders.
Let's talk about the traders. Yeah.
The foyer at Manchester Indoor is full of traders this weekend. Mm-hmm. I think some of them might have been shutting up shop by this point, but
Crucial, DC.
DC. We've got B73. I know Rich Townsend is out there. Pure Bikes.
Green Machine.
Mechanical needs.
Sorted Race Gear.
Sorted are there.
Is that everybody? We've not missed anyone, have we?
I've not had a walk round this weekend, so I'm not 100% sure on who's here. But
God, you're so anti-social, Lewis.
I know. I was a little bit late this morning.
Okay.
I was a little bit late, so I sort of walked in, went straight to do what I had to do. And of course, don't forget, we've got the BMX Race Hub back again this year.
Do you know what? Absolute joy to behold.
Yes, most certainly. I know quite a few people.
I swear, I've seen Simon Green smiling in the director's box.
Well, he's tested out a new bit of kit this weekend.
Has he?
And yesterday morning was sweaty palms down in the cabin. Yeah.
Is he like a baby? You think he's smiling, but it's just trap wind. Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. Who else?
He knows we're talking about him. That's what it is.
I've got a message whilst we've been talking. Got to give Awesome Finishers a shout out for all of your paintwork needs for all of your bikes. Get over to Awesome Finishers. They do a great job. There we go. Thumbs up from over there. I'll get in trouble if I don't put that one in there.
Okay, Ryder. Random start.
Right, we're on.
We're back on.
Ryder, ready? Watch the gate.
Right, we're back. We've got enough medics back on track, so we're good to go. Freddie Parkinson in and out of turn number 1. Beyond if I can see which moto it actually was. There we go, race 79. Joshua Fairley, Sam Dolan, Harvey Walsh, Hayden Cartwright, Sullivan Hollis. My little mate Sully, where is he? He's in there in 2. Absolute comedy gold. His dad doesn't think so, but we do. So Freddie, is he going to nick it off Freddie at the line? Go on. Oh, not quite. Make him walk home, Neil. Gee whiz. Race 18, Roland Ells, Lawrence Boljang, Fergus Sauter, Arlo Hay, Ruben Bishop, Evan Davey, and the return of Charlie Wilcox, which is no bad thing as they head down towards the line. Boljang's in there in 2. And the win will be taken by Roland Ells. Charlie Wilcox in there in 3. The 6 plates out from Max McNulty. These are the 14-year-old boys. Jacob Scrivener and Henry Potts are in there. Potts is in there in 3. Ethan Crooks-Martin not rolling round on the floor in this moto, which is good. He's in there in 2. Ralph Selby, Riley Pope, Joe Douglas, Jude Hoff, my mate Jude the Dude. As we move on to the female 14s, Nora Syrett, Holly Diver, Ruby Warren, so the Scottish girls well represented in this one. Eva Zerzek, Esme Ward, Anushka Jones, Martha Cottam and Emma Kiss. Emma doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's in there in 2, chasing down Miss Warren. Esme's in there in 3, Holly in 4. That looks like Anushka Jones in there in 5. More 14-year-old girls on track. That's Naya McConnell in there in 2. And Miss Gerard doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive in there in 3. That'll be Bella. The 16 is Clara, no, it's not Clara Salmond, it's Georgia Surtees. I'm sure she changes her jersey between like, oh, it's Maisie, isn't it? There's 2 of them. That's where I get it wrong. Oh, anyway, right, where are we up to? Race 84. I'll do this one and the next one, and then I'll hand you on to Lewis. Newton Hindley, Heath Osborne. Osborne out in front, Hindley in there in 2. The 14 plates. Oh, hang on, there's 2 of them. Oscar Jules in there as well. So it's Jewel, Hindley, Robin Matter and Alonso. Harry Bailey, Lewis Linscott in the mix as well. As we move to... Hang on. Something's gone on.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Right, this looks like race 86, as I can see Nate Hamilton up there. And as I mentioned his name, he flies into that first turn out in front. He's got Ned Guppy right there with him. Ned, coached by Ryan Stack, RS BMX Coaching, along with his brother Amos. Certainly they've been putting the work in, working quite hard. So the 9 in there as well, that is Oliver Tyres, doing it for Moto 1 Lookoff. And then Isaac Shaw as well, a very stacked moto.
Next up on track. Oh, one rider hits the deck, Toby Lynch. Race 87, let's hope that he's all right. Doesn't look best pleased. He's back up to his feet though. Put your hands together for Toby. Yeah, if you had any luck, it'd be bad luck, wouldn't it? Braintree out front then. Maxwell Lawrence on the 23 bike. Going 1 and 2 with Adam Stevenson out of Tempo BMX UK.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Next up on track, race number 88, heading into turn number 1. Gotta be Little Cotty. Do we still call him Little Cotty? He's not very little anymore, is he? It's Cotty leading it into turn number 2. That's what we're gonna go with, Cotty. Going 1 and 2 with Elvis Lawrence. That looks like Rustin racing inside the top 3. Eddie Millington on the 44 plate, being chased down by Sam Wood out of GY95 and Doncaster BMX. Lawrence putting the pressure on Cotty down to the wire, but it is going to be Cotty picking up the race win. Turn number 1 got a bit busy. Oh, bows were banging. Looks like Warworks worked his way into a top 4. Eames is in 5. Your race leader though, Brody Geddes.
Okay, riders, random start.
Down the 3rd straight. Evan Bartley in there in 2. Dexter Beer up in 3. Here comes Eames out of the final turn, putting the pressure on Warwork down the last straight. He's going to go from 5 to 4. Race number 83 will be a rerun, ladies and gents. So race number 83. So Georgia Surtees, Clara Salmond, Molly Fumi Carroll, Lily Yerbury, Naya O'Connell, Isabella Gerard and Eleanor Martin. Your race will be rerun. So if you're not already, you should probably head to the underside of the hill. completely missed that one. I do apologise. That looks like race number 91, Rin Giannolino. Five on the bike. Jalala Patel, Rin Giannolino, that's your 1 and 2. Pro Start BMX in there for 3. That is Isabella Rowe, your British champion from 2025. Look at this battle out front. Giannolino putting the pressure on right the way down to the line, but it's going to be Patel hanging on. Next up, race number 92, Blackwell, Cleve, Jankuska, Malkin and a Pig. It is Stay Strong out front, leading it through. Sidoni Cleve on the 4 plate, the 9 in there in the 2 spot. That's going to be a Fire Pick. Out of Green Machine Tribe, in and out of turn number 2 they go. Derby BMX's Evie Malkin's in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? That is Telford Flyers, Phoebe Blackwell. Being chased down by Clara Jankuska out of Royston Rockets, but last straight action. Cleve going to take that one across the line. Lucas Seeley out on track, yesterday's winner in the 16-year-old boys. He's going to 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That looks like Oliver James on the 7 plate, who's picking up the 3. That is the 12 out of sorted race gear. Got up in Mason Groves heading into the final turn. Who's the Evolved Collective rider trying to chase him through the final straight? Alex Dunkley putting the pressure on right the way down to the wire. Groves hangs on. Kobe Rayford on track, ladies and gents. W2 on the plate, 31 right there behind him, chasing him on down. Ah, that's the race that they held back, I think. That's the race that they held back, I think. Yeah. Logan Young in there in the 3. That looks like Mr. Jones had a Team Bunnies in there. Team Bunnies, in case you didn't know, unless my information serves me incorrectly, they are the longest standing team that we've got in the UK. Up to date, so been running since the 80s. Long old time to be running. But congrats to the Nequest family, been running it all that time. It's gone from John to Suzanne to Matt to Sam to Matt again. It's all been busy for the Nequest, but congratulations to them guys. Good to still have you here. And we are on at 2. That is the template. Eden Boone, Savage Racing, heading into turn number 2. That looks like MK Evolution's Ollie Tabranch, chasing him down. Green Machine in there in 3. That's Ollie Kirby. The front 3 running away with this motor, the 213 in there as well. That is Harry Shear out of Tiverton BMX, but the move came from Jack Davey, who worked his way through to pick himself up a top 4 spot.
Right, race 96, Harry Ellison, Stan Mason, Luke Wilcox. All in this one. Lucas Osborne, Noah Jones, Bradley James and Jake Asher. That is Wilcox, James and Osborne. Going 1, 2, 3 down the final straight. Taking it across the line. Again, Luke going pretty close to sub 29 seconds, let alone sub 30. Jeepers creepers. Anyway, moving on, race number 97. Hang on, Gaffer's coming. Hang on, I'll come down there, Gaffer, wait a minute. There's Freddie M. Whistle, wins his moto, followed by Freddie Franklin. Right, that's the rerun of 83. There's on track Nair O'Connell in there in 2. And Bella Gerard going through in 3, the templates. That's the rider out of Braintree. Oh, hello. Right, here we go. That is Flynn Drellincourt. Out there. In 2. Chasing down the absolute bicycle motocross rider in 1. Whose name escapes me right now. Oh, it's Amos Guppy. Sorry, we were just discussing logistics with some of our volunteers. That was the reason for the break. So Max Burgess in there in 2. Jaden Fawcett in 3, just trying to pick out the rider out in front on that. Is that Nathan Barata? I've got a feeling it might be. Yes, it is. Marky Reynolds in there in 4. Lewis Collins-Nimmo in 5. Race number 103. Ethan Abbott, Joe Malachi O'Reilly. We always get that wrong. I don't know why. I should remember how to pronounce that. Eli Smith, aka Lloyd Christmas. Another joke just for his mum. In there in that 4th spot. Thomas Millar. There's 2 Malachis in there with 2 different spellings. And John O'Harradine, who's doing it for all the single ladies. And apparently, as he told me, racing under the roof for all the hot BMX mums as well. He's a naughty boy, he's John O'Harradine. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. Anytime I can get one of those comments in. What do they call it? Oh, can't it? Monty Python, that was it. Can you just tell we're getting towards the end of the day and we're just like, we don't know what to talk about. Oh, calm down. Have a minute. It's a moto. Thomas Doran, there we go. He's in one of these motos as well. I don't know which one. 105, Sam Hamblin, Jake Hart in there. Kai Blaine, Henrier. As we move on to 106, which is the ladies. Teresa McConnell, Sabina Ashman's absolutely been on fire this weekend in the female 17 to 18s. Took the win yesterday, looking good today as well. That'll be Rosie O'Brien in there in 3. Smiley Maloney doing it for Retro Racing BMX. Teresa McConnell, Bangor City BMX Club. And Bethany Coates out of Decoy. 107, Lewis.
17 to 18-year-old girls on track. Entering and exiting turn number 2. That is Sophie Carneston, LVG NRT, leading it through. Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot Racing. Heading into that final turn. That looks like TNT. The 10X of Lucy Groundwater going to round out the top 3 spots. Race 108, 17 to 18-year-old girls still on track. That is the 6th plate leading it out. Sophie Elwood doing it for Crucial Racing. Maybo Factory Team UK, Esme Brooke right there with her in the 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? It looks like we're going to ride it out of Peckham BMX. Picking up that 3 spot at the moment. That is Adele Veruti being chased down by Alexis McCartney. In and out of the final corner. McCartney doing all she can. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Veruti for the 3. 19 to 29-year-olds then picking it up as they come through the second straight. Theodore Peterkin leading this one out from Josh Cates as he enters that second corner. Where is Luke Davis Hayes? That's him in there in the 2 spot being chased down by the 10X. That is Lamin Akareli. So Pekka BMX going 1 and 4 at the moment. Cates putting the pressure on Peterkin down the final straight. Peterkin's going to hang on to that moto win. Next up, Brindley Savage leading the race through your world number 8, 25 to 29-year-old men. Savage Racing heading into turn number 2. Cal Strickland, Dan Kay going through in 2 and 3. That looks like Jaden Seawood in there in the 4. The 21 plate in 5. That's Alex Taylor out of Manchester BMX. Kyle Hill in there for 6, but Brindley Savage untouchable in that moto. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going 1 and 2 in the next race. That is George Gerard and Ollie Cope in that order. Ben Fitzsimmons in there for 3. That looks like Team Mind in there in 4. That's got to be Oscar Matthew Carlard. Being chased on through by Kenny Phillips. Good to see Kenny back on track after his crash yesterday. And he got his bike repaired as well. More 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Charlie Roy in this one in 3rd. That looks like Alfie Bax in 2. Tyrese Bradshaw out in front. Be aware, stay strong whenever he's coming out of that last turn. Could get dangerous. Race 113, entering turn number 1. Green Machine Tribe are leading this one out. Megan Kirby, Izzy Hurry. The 14 in there in 3, that is Molly Nice in that order. Looking like we've got Amy Willits in there in 4. Anita Wong in 5, 1 Clements in 6. Suzanne Jenkins and Fiona Barry in 7 and 8. But Hurry made her move, gone from 2 to 1 down that third straight. Mabo Factory Team UK, I will get that right. I will do. By the end of this season, I'm going to get that name right. Izzy Hurry going to take that moto win. Next up on track, more 19 to 29-year-old women heading into that second corner. That looks like BMX Widow Photography in the 2 spot. Got to be Tilly McCrum chasing down your world number 5, Annabelle Townsend. Savage Racing heading into the final corner. Yetska Hemstock in there in 3, having a good old battle with the 6 plate of Imogen Gibson heading down the final straight. Hemstock's going to hang on to the 3, Gibson in 4. Race 115, where is Hannah Drew? She's in there at about 4 at the moment, battling it out with the 0-1 plate of Rebecca Gold. Megan Gerard on the 1X, she's in there in 2, chasing down your race leader, Remy Godfrey on the 5 plate, doing it for Stay Strong. The front 2 ladies have run away with it so far. Gerard looking for a way round for Rab Racing, in and out of the final corner. Godfrey, Gerard down to the wire. Who's going to pick up the race win? Looking like Godfrey's going to hang on to it. Masters on track, Crucial Racing going 2, 3 and 4 at the moment out of Brazil, leading the Crucial charge as he chases down your race leader Connor Hudson. Halo Wheels race team in and out of that final corner. Brazil, Palmer, Bourne, Higley, Utley, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Connor Hudson though picking up that race win. Billy Lucas, Stay Strong, BMX in and out of turn number 1. Sean, is it? What's happened there? He's in second. BMX Hype, Late to the Gate podcast, in there in that 2 spot, chasing down last year's national champion Billy Luckhurst. Battle on for that 3 spot, that's a 7 plate, working their way through. David James out of Green Machine. Crank BMX coaching now back in 4, that is Christopher Granger with Romney Wybro Parker in 5. Vets on track, Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, the 96 podcast, leading it into turn number 2. Mr. Silk in there behind him. Matt Barnard chasing him through. Last year's national champion with the 3 plate in 4. That is Zoltan Boudet, SVT Mongoose. More vets on track.
Danny T giving us a fairly solid demonstration of technique over the step up into the turn. I was hoping his friends at Crucial would laugh at that one. That'll be Lillingston taking the win from Danny Taylor, Mark Vries and the Grant Yerby. Right, let's have a look back to it. Brett Archibald, he's not giving anybody a chance this time around. Evolved Bicycle Motocross, that is Stuart Little in there in 2, Brett Knight in 3, Ian Milne in 4. Is that Dave Lindsay in 5? It is. Hold on to your hats, people. It isn't. I was absolutely lying about that one. But never mind. Grand Vets, race number 121. That is Mr. Christos Chalkos being followed by Jason Lewis and Neil Waddington. Neil involved with the BMX Hall of Fame. There's a lot of work for that. Does a cracking job at it as well. Patrick Graham going through, along with Neil Cheney and Ante Fogadic. Last of the Grand Vets before we go to Championship Women, Mr. Alan Hill. Do you reckon there's a record of all the races that Hilly has won? If you added them all together, he must have a tally. I bet it runs into tens of thousands of laps won. It has to. Right, back to the Big Hill Championship women. Here we go. Freya the Slayer heading into turn number 1. Emily Hutt in there as well. They are 1 and 2. Taya Gaynor in there in 3. Evie Webster back on it as well, which is good to see after a roll round on the floor yesterday. Jess Mario doing it for Savage Racing, but it is the battle of the flyers out in front. Freya the Slayer, Emily Hutt going 1 and 2. Taya Gaynor in 3.
Second rack of championship women hits the track. Lexi Waite on the inside, looking to pick up the whole shot. Waite leads it out. Who's that in there in the 2 spot? Trying to chase her on through. That is the 5-1-1. Got to be Emmy Seaward. Who's in 3? That is Halo Wheels Race Team. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Laurie Carruthers in there in 5. Chasing down Megan Roy in 4. But it's all out front with Lexi Waite on an absolute flyer. In and out of the final turn and down the final straight. Waite, Seaward in that order as they take it across the line.
Junior Open, Brown, Tomlinson, Rayner, Everly, Bowen and Thomas all mixed up in this one, heading in towards turn number 1. Oh, Tomlinson nearly ended up going up the berm, but look out in front. It is Kai Bowen, Noah Everly, Heath Thomas. That is your 1, 2 and 3. Right now, Henry Rayner moving up into the forward. Tomlinson chasing him down. Sean Brown in there as well as they come out of the turn. Bowen looking like he's going to hold on. Everly's giving him the charge. Couldn't quite make it stick.
Moto 126 hits the track. Junior men Oracle. Clitheroe's on the inside. Doing it for Chase Bikes and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Clitheroe leads it. Supercross is Tidy S in there in the 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Looks like Ben Larkins doing it for Pure Bikes. Pure have got 2 riders in this one. That's Cody Coker in there in 4, chasing down his teammate. And the 5 spot out of Absolute. That's going to be Lucas Webster. Last straight action then Clitheroe. Smooth as you like down the final straight.
Just 4 riders coming out of the gate. Bradley Russell on Esselmont. The 85, that is Danny O'Gorman. And as they come out of the turn and head down the straight, we've got the 139 in there. That's going to be Casey Markley. So Russell, O'Gorman, Markley, Esselmont. Russell's looking good, puts it into cruise control. O'Gorman's right on the back wheel. Didn't quite have enough to overhaul him.
Second rack of Superclass men hits the track. Cornish on the inside, gonna pick up the whole shot. Feenhoff threads the needle and works his way in behind Cornish. Cornish, Hoff, Hunt, that's your 1, 2, 3. Harrison Bell's up to 4. Joss Marnham's in there in 5 and Millicue's in 6. Hoff putting the pressure on Cornish into the final turn. George Hunt isn't done yet either. Hoff pushing right the way down to the wire. Oh, that one was close. Cornish, Hoff, Hunt. That's your 1, 2, 3. Second set of motos all wrapped up.
All right, we've got a short gap whilst we just look after Brandon from his big crash earlier on and get him, suitably on his way and medically evacuated, which gives me and Lewis a chance to do something with these. So we're raising a bit of money for, come on, you can be my glamorous assistant, Lewis. Come on.
Depends on how glamorous you want your assistant.
So basically what we're going to do is we've got 2, in fact, do you know what we'll do? I'll tell you what, wait. We'll get that Spur Crew 19 jersey as well. So we're going to do a bit of a package prize. So we haven't really got time to kind of auction them off, so we're going to do a fixed price sale. So we'll start with the signed check. It was signed by Finn Hoff, Brownlee Russell, Beth's on there as well, Emily Hutt. It's just one of the checks that the winners get. So we're going to do that and a Crew 19 jersey in XL, so it will fit a BMX dad. So if somebody's prepared to give us 30 quid for these two to go to the charity, there's a big wave up there.
Straight off the bat, no
Straight
hesitation.
off the bat, he'll have those.
50 quid. 50 quid he's saying.
Did he say 50 quid?
That was definitely a 5-0. That's a thumbs up.
That's
50
all
quid.
right.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah, that's brilliant. We don't do that, gentlemen, because we can't see from here, but
No,
we'll find out.
The lights are, yeah.
And then the next one, so that's 50 quid going to the Children with Cancer charity, is a signed Bethany Shriever 911 jersey. Now, normally when we start bidding for these things, it tends to go up and up and up, and we've gone to like 150 quid before now, 200 quid for an Olympic gold medalist jersey. So what we're going to do, we're going to give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is never going to arise again. Bethany Shriever's signed jersey. You're going to make a charitable donation of £100 for it to go to you. Is there anybody who would give us 100 quid for Beth's jersey? Signed. You get it framed. Oh, somebody's waving. Who is it? Has somebody waved?
Yeah, we've got a wave.
All right,
just
we've
here
got a
at the
winner
front.
down
Lovely.
there at the front. So that lady's going to give us 100 quid for the jersey. So on that basis, we've raised 150 quid for Children with Cancer charity. What? 3 minutes?
Nice and easy.
Brilliant, nice and easy.
We could be auctioneers.
We could. We could. We could. If you lovely people who've decided to donate can kind of come down here somewhere, and we'll try and get these over to you right now, and we'll get somebody to take some money off you.
Well, I think the woman who was auctioning.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Hello. Yes, the lady's up there. If you can kind of come downstairs and come to like the doors in the middle here where the riders come in, we'll meet you there and we'll sort it out. Brilliant. Can organise the handover of the funds. Right, okay. Lewis, can you carry on while I sort this out? We're ready to go racing again.
Of course I can. That's not a problem.
Right, Lewis is sorting out the, this side. I'll sort out the logistics.
Well, it looks like we are ready to go racing with round number 3 of the motos. Just another couple of announcements. First of all, we are going straight into quarterfinals. I'm looking at Andy to see if he gives me any indication as to whether I'm right or not. Yeah, we're going straight into quarterfinals after motos. And when you have finished racing, if you have hired a transponder, please take it back to our admin team as soon as you have finished racing. That way we can avoid mass queues at the end of the day. As you can imagine, these days at the indoor are really long as they are. Our admin team are here longer than anyone else, so please do them a favour. Get your hired transponder back to them as soon as you can. That way they can get home as early as possible, as well as yourselves. It is greatly appreciated, thank you. 13-year-old boys up on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Race 129 is a go, and we are looking at Archie Croker White. Oh, one rider hits the deck. LVG's Ethan Butter, he's back up to his feet though, wants to finish his lap. Put your hands together for Ethan. It is Archie Croker White out of lane number 1, charging towards that second corner. He's got Isaac Smith right there behind him, looking to close the gap down for Rab Racing. Who's in there in 3? That looks like Reactive Racing. Going to be Harrison Doe on the 31 plate, but it's all out front with last year's national number 3, Archie Coker White. Going to wrap up a moto win.
Random start. Riders
That's what I like to see, Rich. Rich is coming back with a brew for me. Thank you, Rich. He's been on all the tea duty this weekend, has Rich. Done a fantastic job though. I love a Northern brew. Next up, race 130. 13-year-old boys, that's the 4 on the bike. Garda, BJ Rook out of stay strong. He's getting busy for the 2 spot. That looks like Akim Brazia working his way up the inside. He's gone from 3 to 2. Shuffling back the rider out of Braintree. That's Noah Ford who's chasing him down. Then the 29 of Louis Sheffy inside the top 4. Doing it for Team Mine. Trying to find a way into the top 3. Can he get close enough? I don't think he can. It is going to be Braintree's Noah Ford hanging on to the top 3 spot. Then next up on track, Zach Everly. Maymo Factory Team UK. Leading it in and out of turn number 2. That's got to be Green Machine chasing him down. It looks like Sam Richards. Builder's tee suits me down to the ground. Everly then leading it out. Richards shuffled back a spot by the 12. Adrian Galitas picking up that 2 spot as they take it over the line. Next up, we are looking at Ronnie Payne Jump Club S&M Source leading out race number 132. He's being chased down by Archie Bell, doing it for CGR, the 17 plate in there in 3. That is Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution, Reactive Racing inside the top 4. That is Jack Laughlin. Laughlin putting the pressure on right the way down to the wire. Not quite going to get close enough. Bagwell hangs on. That looks like Retro Racing. Zach Hamill leading out race 133. The 21 of Emil Challenger is right there behind him. Looking to stick a move in turn number 2. Wasn't quite close enough. So Finn Murphy inside the top 3. Here comes the pressure from Reactive Racing. Lucas Belton up the inside. Goes from 4 to 3. Nice move from him. That looks like Swales in there in 5. Putting the pressure on Murphy down the final straight. Can he get close enough? It's going to be Murphy, Swales 4 and 5. Check out Mr. Jack Devine. Oh! 2 riders hit the deck. Lewis Hughes was one of them. Ishan Rathor, the other fallen rider. Put your hands together for those 2 guys. So Mr. Jack Devine racing up an age group, picking up a moto win just in front of Rab Racing's Itaja Mira. Race 135 up on the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, Marcus Mullen out of lane number 1. Fluent Bicycle Motocross heading for turn number 1, but it's going to be Pro Star, the national champion from 2025. It is, of course, James Bibby going 1 and 2 with Marcus Mullen, who's in there for 3 sorted race gear. I've got Charlie Cotton inside that position at the moment. Where is Niall Elkindi? He's in there in 4, but he's being chased down by Albert Aladzans. Heading in towards the final turn and back out again for Bibby and Mullen. Them 2 guys are going to take it across the line out front of race 135. 13-year-old girls now out on track. Your world number 7, Freya Harris, leads this one through for Moto 1 Mukoff. Who's that in the 2 spot? Looks like we've got a rider out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That is Elsie Blight. Here comes the pressure there from the 19X. That's got to be Poppy Bishop. Heading into the final turn, can Bishop put the move on? Blight, Bishop, down the final straight. Bishop, smooth as you like. She's going to pick up the 2nd spot in that race. Mara McCarran leads out the next moto. Looks like we've lost the 14 plate of Lexi Adams. She's back up to her feet. Put your hands together for Lexi. Radco Racing then out front. Look at that for a lead as the exit turn number 2. Mara McCarran charging away with this race. The 30 plate in there in the 2 spots. That is Megan Mooney out of Braintree. BMX being chased down the final straight. Bradford Bandits. Evie Dyson works her way from 3 to 2 and shuffles back Mooney.
All right, we're just back on a technical pause. I'm stuffing my face with cupcakes, courtesy of Flavor Flav Cakes and Rab Racing. Yeah, just a technical, just while we sort out that. Oh yeah, Harry Tanner. We haven't talked about Harry, have we?
No, we haven't.
He's stuck in the Netherlands. He's watching right now. So Harry, we know you're watching. I'm pretty sure you can hear us. If are we giving Harry a big round of applause? Come on, let's give Harry a big round of applause. He's stuck in the Netherlands after his crash last week.
We're with you, Harry. We are with you.
So we want him to get well soon. He can't come home apparently until he's fit to fly, which he's not at the moment. So it was one of those crashes.
He won here last year as well.
He did.
He did. He won his first national here.
I bet he
last
was
year. An elite man.
lying in his hospital bed in Holland,
Yeah.
sending messages to his mates, taking the mick, which is good.
It's always a good sign. Always a good sign. Are there any other shout-outs that we needed to do?
Do we? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Do you know what? I haven't even had time to look at Instagram to like see if there's any birthday shouts or anything come through. It's just been that busy. Let's have a look at the old Instagram. There we go. There's a message. Oh yeah, that's off Ryan Stack. That's off perfectly fine, Ryan. Laney Cordin. Yeah, we've just done the one to Harry. We've mentioned Mrs. Riches, haven't we? Twice today. Should we give a shout to 2 in 1 out?
Yeah,
Just for keeping us entertained.
Yeah, there is no better BMX-based Instagram page.
Yeah,
I don't think.
yeah. Tell it like it is.
And while we're at it, another shout out for the berm for the transfer window.
Oh, that was
Because
good, that, yeah.
Very helpful for someone that hasn't been involved in BMX for 6 months.
Well, you live in a cave.
Yeah, I have been. But thank you very much to the berm for keeping us all updated on what has been going off in the BMX world over the winter.
Yeah, I'll mention Shea Jordan doing his Land's End to John
Yes, of
O'Groats
course,
again.
yeah.
I'm assuming it's a bike ride. Shea rides out of Birmingham Club. There is a Facebook page for it. If it pops up in your feeds and your algorithm, give him a follow. Drop a few quid in the pot, that would be lovely. Talking a few quid in the pot, we did a crowdfunder for Alex at Aperture BMX, which raised more than its target. So we're very pleased about that. Aperture, one of our media outlets.
And while we're on the point of Aperture, our lovely photographers.
Yeah.
They don't really get enough shout outs, but thank you very much to our photographers.
Right, yeah, that's true. Casey, can you just turn our mics up a little bit, please? A little bit, that would be fab.
Just while we're sitting here talking.
That's brilliant,
loud,
thank you
that's
so
loud.
much.
Just while we're waffling, Casey. Thank you very much to our DJ as well, obviously.
Yeah, DJ Casey up in his glass box.
Up in his glass box all weekend long.
He's just sat there in the lap of luxury, eating, I don't know, pizza or something, crying into his Chardonnay about Leicester City getting relegated. And Katie Walford's just sent me a very nice message to say, shout out to yourselves, you and Lewis, not an easy few days. And thank you for being great and giving everyone else a shout out. So we do appreciate it. I know
Thank
we
you
get
very much.
nice messages from people all the time, and it's genuinely, we love doing this. So me and Lewis are just having real fun out here, and we're trying our best to keep you entertained for 2 full days. I know we're a bit gobby at times, me especially.
Depends on who you ask, though.
Well,
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, my wife.
Some people call it entertainment.
She'll tell you I'm gobby.
Yeah, she does often. She tells me often.
Yeah.
Every time I see her at racing.
Well, true.
Can't you take him away from me?
Everyone who's fed us, you know, we get.
Yes,
honestly,
thank you very much.
Cakes.
We do get treated very well at these races, so we do appreciate
I
all
had
of you
breakfast
guys.
bought for me yesterday as well. That was good.
Also shout out to Crew 19.
Yes, for the jerseys.
For the jerseys
thank you,
today.
guys.
Thank you very much to the guys at Crew 19. Yeah, we do get spoiled.
We
definitely
do.
get
We
spoiled.
do. We are very well looked after.
It looks like
Our
Mr.
tea
Whitworth
lady
is-
as well. Tea
Yeah,
lady
our
looks
tea ladies. Thank you very much. I'm going to thank my tea gentlemen. 4 teas you've made me this weekend.
Well, you know,
Big
try my
keeping
best.
me topped up. Looks like we're ready to go. Andy Whitworth's just given a thumbs up. That means something's about to start. What that is, though, we don't know.
We don't know exactly that.
Looks like we've got riders making their way up to the top of the hill. I think the thumbs up was for racing about to start.
Right, well, we've looked after Brandon now. He's on his way to hospital to get that ankle sorted.
So get well soon, Brandon. We
Yes,
hope to see
get
you
well
back
soon, Brandon.
as soon as possible.
It's not like he lives down the road. It's not
No.
like he lives in, Denton or somewhere.
Overseas.
It's an overseas flight to Northern Ireland, and it's going to be a painful one. In fact, while we're talking about Northern Ireland, there is going to be a track built in Bangor, Northern Ireland, which is actually my wife's hometown, and we still have family that live there. So we're looking for an opportunity to go back, and I think it's going to be September, and it's going to be a mega track.
Okay, riders, random
So
start.
keep your eyes open for that.
Riders, ready, watch, game.
I have no idea what motor we're on, Lewis. Have we got the right sheets?
138, that looks like. I'll carry on. I think it might be me, actually.
Yeah.
Iris Hyder on track, your European number 5. Pure Bicycles looking good, charging into turn number 2. Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there in the 2 spot. Who's bringing it on round? Grace Gerard on the 3 plate, the 7 of Samaya Hughes. Inside of the top 3, doing it for Ireland. That looks like Team Mind in 4. Millie Ross out of Bournemouth BMX. That's going to be your top 4, led away by your European number 5, Iris Hyder. Yesterday's ODI whole shot winner and the winner of the 13-year-old girls. Brooke Fast Fawcett was on fire all day long yesterday, and she's leading out another moto today. The E7, Elizabeth Lola-Pool in there in that 2 spot, repping the sorted race gear. Down the final straight then, it is going to be Brooke and Elizabeth 1 and 2. 14-year-old boys on track. That looks like a crucial race in jersey. James Miller, your national champion from 2025, leading it in and out of turn number 2. Montour's Idlos in there, chasing him down. Louis Kacharik in there for 3. Adam Radko Racing is absolutely flying this weekend. Preston Pirates inside the top 4. Finney and Turner Smith. Here comes the pressure down the final straight. Sully Collis trying to pick up a top 4 spot. Didn't quite get close enough.
Right, Moto 141, I'll just carry on for a minute. That is Freddie Parkinson, Pro Star BMX leading it out. I remember when he was little, I used to tell everyone he used to go welding and taming lions and putting out fires and all that kind of stuff, and he's still doing the same thing, he's Freddie. He's in there in 1, Potts in 2. Who got the 3? It was Gilmore Green, Rusty Nut Racing, followed by Bodie Markley. Charlie Bob Craig, absolutely on fire. Adam Arnold in there in 2. I've got a feeling that's Oliver Arnold in 3. They are not related, they just have the same surname.
Ready, watch, game.
Brunty in there in 4. That's going to be the other Bruntwood rider, which was Harvey Walsh. He picked up that, Sam Dolan. Harvey Walsh was in there though. We're not going to miss Harvey out as we move on to race 143. JP Jack Perkins.
Ready, watch, game.
Hard Knocks Bike coaching in and out of that final turn, battling with Ethan Howell. Who's got the smoothness to the line? I think it was Howell actually. From JP, Max Fass and Ethan Crooks Martin. Moving on, Max McNulty. Doing it for the Evolved Collective. So used to seeing Max in a Bunnies jersey, it feels weird seeing him in anything else. Blimey. Apparently it was a Friday thing. Ralph Sowerby, Charlie Wilcox in there as well, Harry Tyers and Jamie Turblanche. Back from his holidays, he's been propping up a bar in Mallorca, I think. Josh Jepson doing it for Sorted Race Gear aboard that Chase bicycle. Joe Douglas in there in third spot, just trying to pick out the rider in 2. That was Roland Els, Harley Steele and Riley Butt rounding out the top 5. As we move on to the 14-year-old girls, Esme Ward. They're in that second spot for Stay Strong, chasing down Ruby Warren. Emma Kiss. I think Emma's done like a bazillion laps this weekend. She seems to have been very, very busy. Don't know what that was. I'll go to 149, Lewis, and then you can jump in. It's all right, I'm only on 147. I'll do 149. And then move out of the way as we watch Martha Cotton. Martha's mum's been looking after us with tea as well. Holly Diver, Nair O'Connell, all in there. Molly Fumey Carroll. As we move on to the 15-year-old boys. Heath Osborne, Heath the Beef, in there in 1. Dexter Beer up in 2. Big old gap for these 2 boys as they take it to the line. Race 149. Oren Hanna, Nate Hamilton in this one, leading it through Nesbitt, Hindley, Duffy, Richards, Logan Young as well. So delighted to see Logan back on track. He's in there in 4th spot, Nate Hamilton, who seems to have disappeared for a while and now he's back again. Going through with Newton Hindley in there in 2. And Ronnie Richards in 3. Over to Lewis, 150 Lewis.
15-year-old boys heading into that first corner. Oh, not quite sure what happened there. Some riders' biker made a bit of a noise, but it is Isaac Shaw leading out the race into turn number 2, doing it for Pro Star BMX. Who's chasing him down? Got to be Evan Bartley out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. The 11 plate is inside the top 3. Harrison Barnes chasing into the final turn. Rustin Racing got a rider in there as well. That is Eddie Millington. He's going to round out the top 4 spots. Kobe Rayford, world number 2 on track, going 1 and 2 with Oscar Jewell on the exit of turn number 1. That looks like Braintree BMX on the 23 plate. Coming on through is Maxwell Lawrence, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 4. That's going to be Freddie Warwork. In and out of that corner they go. 0-1 Racing got a rider in there as well. That's Blake Allison on the 54 plate, chasing Warwork into the final turn. Down the last straight then, looking good for Rayford. Smooth as you like, Stay Strong team here, 1 and 2. Next up on track, race 152, in and out of that first corner. It looks like that could be Sam Wood in there in 3. He's chasing down the 9 plate just in front of him. That's Harry Tyres doing it for Moto 1 Muck-Off. Here comes the 2 plate though, out front, Ned Guppy. The move in turn number 2 was beautiful. Nathaniel Eames works his way from 4 to 3. Robin, Matty and Alonso getting inside the top 4 as well, but it's going to be Guppy, Tyres, Eames, 1, 2, 3. Race 153 now on track, 3 on the plate. That looks like Cotty leading it into turn number 2. Going 1 and 2 with the 10 plate of Brody Geddes, Hardy's, Elvis Lawrence inside the top 3, doing it for Stay Strong. We've got Toby Lynch out of Sorted Race Gear in there for 4. Harry Bailey in 5 out of Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop. But it's going to be Rab Racing picking up that race win on the line. 15-year-old girls are now hit the track. Race 154 is a go. Looking like we've got Stay Strong on the inside. Sidoni Cleve going to take the whole shot in and out of that first corner. Who's in there for 2? That is Becca BMX's Matilda Zaharev being chased down by the 1 plate of Katie Millar doing it for Moto 1 Muck-Off. That's your top 3 ladies as they go in and out of turn number 2. Who's picking up the 4? That looks like it could be the 623 of Isla Young. Allen's Factory in there inside the top 5. That is Lexi Cairns and Clara Jankuska in 6. But your race winner, Sidoni Cleve. Pro Star BMX on track, then 3 on the plate. Emily Eaton heading into that second corner, going airborne. She's being chased down by none other than Jalala Patel on the 5 plate, repping Pekka BMX Club. SVT Mongoose have got a rider inside the top 3. Ella Blue Chidley got a bit of work to do if she wants to catch Patel on the exit of turn number 3. She's not going to get close enough, so it is going to be Eaton Patel. That's your 1 and 2. Here comes Chidley on the line. She's going to take the 3. The 2 on the bike out front, that is Rin Gianolino, of course, repping Evolve Collective race jersey, heading down that 3rd straight. The 7 plate of Libby Coppin in 2. That's Isabella Rowe on the 0-1 plate, your British champion from 2025. Quarterfinals have been posted, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are posted. Well, the majority of the quarterfinals. Don't forget, quarterfinals are going straight after motos. We are going quarterfinal racing straight after motos. Keep an eye out on scores. Quarterfinals have been posted up until the 15 years category. So if you're in any age group up till the 15 years, your quarterfinals are up. Make sure you're in the pens ready and waiting when that last gate drops for Superclass men. 16-year-olds out on track. Reactive Racing, Bradley James on the 4 plate, Savage Racing in there behind him, that is Eden Boone on the 10 plate, Finn Kranich in there repping Team Bunnies, he's inside the top 4, chasing down Sorted Race Gears, Mason Groves. Fluid Bicycle Motocross and MK Evolution of 1 and 2 in the next moto, that's Oliver James and Ollie Turblanche. Heading into that second corner, they've checked out from the rest of the pack. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like that could be the 26. Yes, it is David Fearley out of Cumbernauld Centurions. The 144 of Harry Taylor out of Birmingham BMX. He's in there in 4, but it's all out front with Oliver James in race 159. As 160 heads up the track. That's the 21 of Cooper McCrum doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Absolutely flying this weekend. He's being chased down by the 314. That is Addison Milburn out of Exeter Eagles. Heading into that final corner, Mark Hewitt out of Bournemouth BMX. He's in there in that 4 spot, chasing down the final straight. That's the 34 of Dylan Powell out of Nuneaton. That looked like Dylan Jones, I think. Yeah. Let's hope Dylan's all right. Not sure what happened there. As the next moto exits the second corner. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Dylan, ladies and gents. That looks like a Lucas Osborne and Elijah Jamira going to 1 and 2.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Race 162 on track, these 16-year-old girls are a go. Walford, Dean, French, Price, Brewer and Gardner. That's going to be Team Mine leading this one through. Lucy Gardner all the way out of lane number 8, and she picked up the whole shot in the first corner. BRE Racing chasing her down though. That is Eliza French looking to close the gap on the 7 plate. So it is Bournemouth and Bristol out front. Pekka BMX in there in 3 on the 8 plate. That is Etana Price heading into the final corner with Evolve Collective, Ruby Walford. She's rounding out the top 4 spots as they bring it down the final straight. It is Gardner taking that moto win. E6 on the plate, Aileen Watson going 1 and 2 with last year's national champion Lottie Brown. Where is the the 804 of Summer Glynn. She's in there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the 3 plate of Grace Birch, doing it for Green Machine. Last turn action, Lottie Brown chasing BMX Widow Photography's Aileen Watson. Your European finalist from last year is going to pick up that race win. 17 to 18-year-olds exit turn number 1. The 054 on the plate, Amos Guppy. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with the 18 plate of Lewis Cook out of the Centurions. Ollie Coppin out of Crucial Racing. He's going to pick up a top 3 spot. Not if Eli Smith's got anything to do with it. Smith's going to nick it on the line. Copping for 4.
Right, Moto 165 on track. I can see Jaden Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3, but he's got riders to deal with, including Thomas Miller. As they go into the turn, Mark Reynolds is in there as well. Jaden Green, Malachi O'Reilly. Green in there in 4, Miller takes the win. O'Reilly in 2, Fawcett in 3, Green in 4. Moving on. Checking out, flying Flynn Drellincourt, sorted race gear, battling with Nathan Barata. In Moto 166, Jack Clark, 0-1 Racing in there in 3. Reactive Joe Nunn going through as well, and William Alfie Harrison in a scrap there. Raced hard this weekend. Can see the improvement, William. We're watching, buddy. In there in 6, Charlie Somerville in 7. John O'Harity and Finlay Collis. 1 and 2, Finlay out in front. That'll be the 22. Thomas Kay out of Manchester on the 22X. With the 22 of Daniel Henry out of Birmingham, he's in there as well. Angus Graham took the 4, Sam Millington the 5. Out in front, the 7 of Thomas Dorr and Callum Heaps in there. Feels like I've been talking about Callum's racing for like a long time. And he's like always in there, and he's Redditch jersey. You know how much I love a club jersey. Oscar Stanbury in 2, Scott McCallum in 3. AJ Pritchard Roberts in 4. Max Burgess leading out the next one. This is Moto 169, Joe Penton Volk in there in 5th, doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. Malachi Price chasing down Max Burgess. Reese Toole in there in 3. Reese is under a bit of pressure at the line. Just gave it up to Jake Hart. Race 170, 17 and 18-year-old girls. Bethany Coates, Annabelle Charlton in there in 3. Daisy Lavin, Sophie Carniston, Teresa McConnell and Esme Brooke. Esme chasing down Sophie. Annabelle going well in there in 3. Bethany Coates right on her back wheel though as they come out of the turn. Teresa McConnell in there in 5. Daisy Lavin in 6. Daisy out of decoy. Strong 3rd place for Annabelle Charlton. Sabina Ashman, Rusty Nut Racing, been absolutely on it all weekend long. That is Sophie Elwood in there in 2. Also got Adele Baruti chasing her, Isla Radcliffe, Smiley Maloney, and Lucy Groundwater. Race 1 at 72. Rosie O'Brien, BMX Widow Photography in there in 3. Chasing down Alexis McCartney. And the 11 place, which belongs to Eleanor Curtis from Smiley's Flight Club. Girls go in and out of the turn. Charlotte Stanley in there in 4, Molly Simpson in 5. But it's Maloney from McCartney and O'Brien. Big lads up next, 19 to 29. Hold on to your hats, people. Joshua Cates being chased down by Daniel Kay. Kenny Phillips in there as well. Cal Strickland. Eddie Cannon's the hit man. He'll plow your legs off. Just challenging at the line. Stealing away that 5th from Callum Strickland. Uh-oh, here we go again. Brindley Savage, Tyrese Bradshaw, 1 and 2. This is just a moto. Jaden Seawood and Charlie Roy are in there as well. Roy in 3. Ollie Cope in 4, Seawood in 5. In and out of the turn. Brindley's got this one in the back. But it's the final that counts. Race 175, Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3 for BMX Widow. Dexter Gambe in there as well. Kyle Hill, Oliver Potter, Che Young, Alex Taylor and Theodore Peterkin. And it is Theodore Peterkin leading it into the turn. Ben Fitzsimmons with a late charge to the line. Did he get it? Ooh, photo finish with Dexter Gambe. Che Young in 4, Alex Taylor in 5. George Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading it out. Arne Esselmont in there as well. Is it Arne Esselmont? No, it's Alfie Bax. Very good to see Alfie back on a bike again.
Roger. Ready. Watch the gate.
Oscar Matthew Collard in there in 3. No Brandon Mallon, we send him our best wishes. We hope he's fixed up sooner rather than later.
19 to 29-year-old women on a track, the 1X on the plate. Megan Gerard, Rab Racing, sending it into turn number 2. Who's in there with her? Looks like we've got the 3 of Hannah Drew, being chased down by the 8 plate of Izzy Hurry. Doing it for Mabo Factory Team UK. That's got to be Olivia Firth out of Salted Race Gear, chasing Hurry down the final straight, but she's going to go through in 4. Next rack of 19 to 29-year-old women, led away by the world number 5, Harriet Alexander, repping the Savage Racing colours, heading into that second corner. Stay Strong got a rider in there in that 2 spot. That is Remy Godfrey on the 5 plate, being chased through by the 3X of Jetska Hemstock. The 14 in 4, that is Molly Nice out of DC Cycles. That's going to be your top 4, bringing it down the final straight. Harriet. Race 179, 19 to 29-year-old women, Gull, Gibson, Willets, Wong, McCrum, Lamb, Miles and Barry in and out of that second corner. That's going to be Imogen Gibson on the 6 plate, leading it out. The 0-1 of Rebecca Gull, chasing her in towards that final turn. Retro Racing have got 2 ladies in this one. That is Amy Willets and Ella Lamb going through in 3 and 4 at the moment. Tilly McCrum chasing them down to the wire. She's going to go through in 5. Willets in 4. Masters on track. Last year's national champion Billy Lucas leading it into that second corner. Sean Isick getting all sorts of busy on the inside of Tom Palmer. Into turn number 2, George Higley's in there in 4. And that is Jump Club S&M Source in there in 5 with Darren Utley. But it's going to be Lucas down the final straights. Palmer, Isick 2 and 3. Race 173 is going to be rerun, ladies and gents. Race 173 is going to be rerun. Connor Hudson, Adam Brazil, that's going to be your 1 and 2 in the next Masters Moto, along with Matt Bourne in 3. Vets on track, John Lillingston, Moto 1 Muck-Off going 1 and 2 with the 14 plate of Scott Boom Beaumont right round the outside, gonna make it stick. So Beaumont leads it from Lillingston, the 3 plate in there in 3, that is Sultan Boudet putting the pressure on Lillingston as they bring it into the final turn. That looks like Newbury in there in 4. Last straight action then, the 96 podcast, Boom Beaumont gonna take that moto win. Matt Barnard on track for Stay Strong, last year's national champion, leads it on the exit of turn number 1, the 823 chasing him on through. That looks like Crucial Racing in there in about 4. Danny T, but chasing through Mark Law down that 3rd straight. The 823 plate is Mark Rees out of Manchester BMX. He's in there in that 2 spot down the last straight. Barnard though going to pick up that moto win. Grand Vets hit the track. Lewis, Fogadich, Ogden, Little, Somerville, Stewart and Curry George. The Warlock's on track. He's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down Evolved Bicycle Motocrossers. Stuart Little, Jason Lewis in there in 2. 1 rider though going airborne into turn number 2. That was of course Martin Argy Ogden. 3 on the plates. RTR Resilient Team Racing. He's going to pick up that race win right the way down to the wire with Jason Lewis in the 2. Alan Hill on track. Pure Bike's got 2 riders in this race. Christos Chorkos in there in 3, Hilly's leading the moto. Who's the rider separating the Pure Party? That is Brett Archibald in and out of that second corner. Pure Bike's looking good at the moment with Hilly out front. The 836 in this one as well. That is Neil Cheney with Craig Bryan in 5. Brett Knight on track for the last Grand Vets moto of the weekend. David Knowles, Patrick Graham, Ian Milne, Andrew O'Hare and Neil Waddington. Brett Knight though leading it out for Crucial Racing. The rider in 2, looking like that is the 23 plate of Neil Waddington. Moving on up to the top of the 8 metre hill then.
Alright, just 4 riders heading down the hill in this one. Freya, Emily, Lorianne and Megan. And it is Freya the Slayer and Emily Hook going 1 and 2. Lorianne Carruthers still on one of the best looking bikes in BMX, that Black Rift with the purple graphics, battling away with Megan Roy as they head towards the final corner. Freya out in front. Emily's keeping her honest. Who's going to get into the line? Freya the Slayer! Just from Emily Hooks.
Second rack of Championship Women hits the track, and that looks like Moto 1 on the inside. Tia Gaynor, but it's going to be Lexi Wait, the first rider to show. Wait, Gaynor in that order. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looking like Jess Marriott's working her way around the outside, but Seward's going to hang on to the inside and pick up the 3 spot just in front of Marriott in 4, and Elise Cadman Copter in 5, and that is Evie Webster in 6. Last straight action. Wait under pressure. Here comes Gaynor right the way down to the line. Wait's going to hang on to the 1 spot.
Right, here we go, Junior Open heading down the hill. Noah Everly in the middle, Cody Coker on the inside, Harvey Tomlinson in the Stay Strong kit, trying to thread the needle in turn number 1, works his way up into 3, Everly, Coker, Tomlinson. That's Rayner in there in 5, Lucas Webster in the 4. Looks like Noah Everly's starting to pull out a bit of the lead now as he comes towards the final turn. Everly out in front on his own, Coker in 2, Tomlinson pushing hard for 3. Webster and Rayner.
Second rack of Junior Men is a go tight. Yes, he's in the middle of it all, but it's going to be Kai Bowen. Whole shot in and out of that first corner. Bowen, clear the road. Thomas, Diaz, that's your 1 through 4. The 286 is Brown in there in 5. That looks like Larkins in 6. But Stay Strong out front. Check this guy out. Kai Bowen charging into the final corner. Here comes Clear the Road, though he's not done yet. Trying to put the pressure on down the final straight. Bowen, Clear the Road. Thomas, that's your 1, 2, 3.
Superclass first, rack of 2, Joss Marnham on the inside, Bradley Russell in the middle, Finn Hoff working his way through as well. Bell and Esselmont in the mix as they come out of turn number 1. Bradley Russell, Birmingham BMX Club heading towards turn number 2. Finn Hoff right there on the inside. Martin's been shuffled back 1 spot. He's in there in 3. Bell and Esselmont doing their best to keep up as they come to the line. Russell under pressure from Hoff. Who's going to get it? Russell, Hoff, Martin.
Well, that's Superclass of men and moto of the weekend, headed towards that first corner, and it's LCC Race Team's George Hunt leading the charge. Who's here with him? Got to be the 51 plate of Ben Cornish. That looks like Danny O'Gorman in there for 3, Casey Marley in 4, Miller Hughes in 5, but out front, yesterday's winner. Check this guy out, George Hunt, having a blinding weekend so far. Hunt, Cornish, O'Gorman, that's going to be your 1 through 3. We've got the rerun, race 173 up on the gate.
Rerun of 173, and then we're going into the quarters.
This is the rerun of race 173.
Riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
19 to 29-year-olds are a go then. This is the rerun heading towards turn number 1. Looking like Dan K's going to get a good start and pick up the 2 spot in and out of that first corner. It is Strickland leading it out. Cal Strickland looking good. Strickland, K, who's here in the 3 spot? Got to be Kate's Cannons is in 4. That's Wallace in 5. The 182 in 6 is Sam Major. Last turn action then. In and out they go. Strickland, K. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. That is your motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going straight into quarter-final racing.
You know what I said we were going...
Quarterfinals are now up on the gate. We are ready to go racing, ladies and gents.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Quarterfinal number one for the 13-year-olds heading down the hill. James Bibby automatically the first one out into that first turn. Marcus Mullen going through in. Oh, Zach Hamill carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. He's in there in 3, Akin Brazier in 4. That looks like an Emil Challenger in there in 5. So can Challenger pick up on the back of Brazier as they come to the final corner? He's having a go now as they head towards the final turn. It's going to be Bibby, Mullen, Harold. Who's going to get that 4th spot at the line? Brazier and Challenger! Challenger just.
I think one rider might have gone a little bit early on the gate. There was all sorts of twitching happening. So we've got the 4-plate. Joe Rook leading it into turn number 2. Who's there with him? Looks like Adrian Galitas is in a qualifying spot inside the top 3. The 11 of Isaac Descender Smith is in 4. Charlie Cotton on the bubble in that 4th spot. Descenders in 2, sorry. Last turn action. Swales, Cotton. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's going to be Swales.
Right, here we go. Quarterfinal number 3 for the 13-year-olds. Ronnie Payne, Zach Everly, Ty Jamira. 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Who's got that 4th spot? It's the rider out of Braintree. Zach Parsons on the 25. Somebody's chasing him down. It's Reactive Racing. I think it's Jack Laughlin. Trying to get him going into the final corner. Parsons and Laughlin down the final straight. Payne's going to make it in. Parsons is going to hang on.
One rider had to pull on the ripcord down that first straight. I think it was Sam Richards, so let's hope he can get back into the race. Out front on track, Jack Devine, Mayberg Factory Team UK leading this one out. He's got the 17 plate right there behind him. That's Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. The 6 of Archie Bell in there in 3. The Reactive Racing rider is Lucas Belton. He's looking to take himself through to the semi-finals, and he's going to manage it in 4.
Henry Potts got absolutely squeezed going down that first straight, but he's worked his way into a top 3 position. Bojang is in there in 4. Ethan Howell is the rider in control and leading it out. Max Bass is in there in 2. None the worse for wear after his tumble earlier on. Reactive Racing in there in 5. Ralph Sowerby. Can he catch Bojang down the final straight? Bojang's going to hang on for the 4. Sowerby out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 6 enters turn number 1, and it's led out by JP Jack Perkins. Hard Knocks by coaching. Going 1 and 2 with a 4-plate of Charlie Craig. So the 3 and 4 from last season are going 1 and 2 at the moment. It looks like we've got the 13-plate in there as well. That's Joe Douglas out of Pure Bikes at 24. He's in there in 4. That's Charlie Wilcox on the bubble, being chased down by 0-1 Racing's Harley Steele. Steele's going to run out of time and room, and it's going to be Wilcox through to the semis.
Quarterfinal number 7, Freddie Parkinson of Pro Start leading it out from Josh Jepson. Those guys are 1 and 2 in the minute. What a move from the 27 out there in that 3rd spot. That's Gilmore Green of Rusty Not Racing. Must have had Velcro on his tyres as he came around that first corner. Chasing down him is the 11 of Harry Tyres. Tyres in 4, Green in 3. Looks like Milton Keynes' Jamie Turblanche has left it too late.
We are a go with quarterfinal number 8, the easier 14-year-olds. Where's Max McNulty? He's in that 2 spot, being chased down by Mark towards Idlow, but they're all chasing the national number 1 from last season. James Miller doing it for Crucial Racing. Miller, McNulty towards Idlow. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like the 7-plate of Ethan Crooks Martin. The 61 is in there in 5. That is Finian Turner Smith. Got a bit of work to do. I don't think he's going to get close enough. Ethan Crooks Martin going to take it through in 4.
Oh, it's a huge one at the bottom of the hill, including Freddie Warwick. Oh my word, 3 riders. There's a spot left. Who's going to get it? Henry Shenton is the man in 4 at the minute. Going to get chased down by Dexter Beerup. So Shenton, Beerup challenging. Who's going to get the last spot in the semi? I don't think Henry's actually made a semi so far. So it looks like he might be on for it unless Beerup's got something for him down the final straight. Drag race, Shenton to the line, takes it. Logan Young, Freddie Warwick.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 15-year-olds heading down the hill. That is Cotty on the inside and Elvis Lawrence going 1 and 2 into the turn. Oscar Jules in there in 3. Who's got the 4? 22 trying to get involved. That's going to be Harry Bailey. Back on the bike again. Scrapping away with Rusted Up Racing's Eddie Millington. Millington in that 4 spot. Bailey in 5. That Signature's in there in 6. That's Ronnie Richards. It's going to go Cotty, Elvis, Oscar and Millington.
Quarterfinal number 11 is a go. The 15-year-olds are charging towards the first corner. Nate Hamilton, Maybo Factory Team UK going 1 and 2 with sorted race gears. Toby Lynch, Hamilton, Lynch, Barley, Alonso, that's your 1 through 4. Heath Osborne is in there in 5. Maxwell Lawrence in 6. In and out of turn number 2 is looking good for Hamilton. And Lynch, they're separating out just ever so slightly from Evan Barley back there in 3. Robin Matter and Alonso is going to be under pressure down the final straight. Here comes Heath Osborne. Can he get close enough? Alonso's going to hang on. Quarterfinal number 12 lining up on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Here we go, quarterfinal number 12 is a go. And you are looking at Ned Guppy on the inside, heading into that first corner. That looks like Isaac Shaw right there with him. Guppy, Shaw, Eames, Geddes, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Who's picking up the 5 as they come into the turn? Looks like that could be Adam Stevenson out on Tempo BMX UK. Stevenson trying to chase Geddes into the final turn. It is Guppy and Shaw out front. Eames is going to wrap up the top 3. Geddes in there for 4. Next up, quarterfinal number 13, heading in towards that first turn. Luke the Nuke Wilcox back on track after a year's sabbatical. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got Savage Racing's Eden Boone. Boone chasing down Wilcox on the exit of that second corner. Ollie Teblanch is in there in 3. The front 3 riders have separated from the rest of the group. That looks like the 25 plate of David Opre. Opre is in the final qualifying spot and going to take it through to the semi-finals.
Right, anyway, so sorry, me and Lewis just having a discussion. Oliver James in there battling with Freddie Franklin. That looks like Mr. Vass in there, I think. No, Lucas Osborne and Jack Davey.
Quarterfinal number 15 goes in and out of turn number 1 and is led out by the 11 of Elijah Jamira. Heading towards our second corner, that is Cooper McCrum. Going through in the 2 spot, who is the sorted race gear rider, Mason Groves. Oh, it got busy in the turn for Groves. That's allowed the 16 plate to work through. Ollie Kirby for Green Machine. He's now chasing down the Evolved Collective rider, Alex Dunkley. Dunkley's in 3, and it is going to be Green Machine in 4.
Right, let's take a look as they head into the turn. Yesterday's winner, Lucas Seeley, not getting the start that he wanted. He's back there in 4. He's looking for the 3. Chasing down Freddie Entwistle. Reactive Racing's Bradley James is leading it out as they come out of turn number 2. James, Entwistle, Seeley. That looks like the rider out of BMX with all photography. Eric McSwitty in there in 4.
17 to 18-year-olds are a go. In that first corner, it is the 127 of Tom Millar. Where is the 3X of Eli Smith? He's in there in 3. Chasing down the Allen's Factory Supercross rider, Jaden Green. So your front 3 riders running away with it at the moment. Who's picking up the 4? It looks like we've got the 13 plate coming on through. Jack Clark out of 01 Racing. He's under pressure there from SAS Race Team. Sam Hamling. Hamling coming back and Clark down the final straight. It's going to be Clark hanging on.
Right, Thomas Storen leads out quarterfinal number 18. Lewis Cook is in there as well. In about 3. Got pressure coming from John O'Harradine. Where is Max Burgess? He's in there in 2 right now, chasing after Doran as they come down the straight. The rider in there in 5. That looks like the 30X, Angus Graham. Gonna run out of time and room. Harradine through in 4.
Finn Collis in this one, going and through with Amos Guppy into turn number 1, absolute at 1 and 3. Guppy leading in at the moment. The 149 is Malachi Price heading in towards that second turn. Where's the other absolute rider? That's Finn Collis. He's in there in 3 at the moment, looking to do all he can to make it an absolute party out front. The 14 is in there in 4. That's going to be Malachi O'Reilly in there in the 2 spot. Then Price under pressure down the final straight. Has Twitcher got enough left for him? Twitching out in 5.
Right, here we go. Flynn, Drellincourt, Nathan Barata, 1 and 2 out of the turn. Where is Fawcett for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 4, chasing down Ollie Coppin. Coppin in 3, doing it for Crucial, but it's Barata leading it out. The sorted race gear rider, Drellincourt, is chasing him down to the final corner. Barata, Drellincourt, Coppin, Fawcett. That is going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Quarterfinals are done. Five minutes to your semis. 5 minutes, we're going to run them pretty quick. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Hopefully that sounds a little bit better for us.
Looks like the sun's coming out there.
I know.
I am thankful that we're indoor this weekend, though. It's been awful weather, hasn't it?
I agree. Are we going semi-final racing or what? Where's our riders?
Simon Cope looks ready.
Simon
always
Cope
looks
was
ready.
born ready. We don't know what for, but he was born ready for something.
It looks like it means business.
He does mean business. Simon's middle name is Business. Simon Business Cope.
We have got riders making their way up to the pens, up to the top of the hill from the pens, should I say. "13-year-olds going to kick things off in these semi-finals.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Semi-final number 1 heading down the hill. These are the 13-year-olds. James Bibby first arrived. Marcus Muller. Zach Hamill has been absolutely on fire today. He's looking at his appearance in a main event. Who's in there in 4 at the moment? It looks like the 16 plate that belongs to Zach Everly. Everly in that 4 spot. He's got a little bit of a gap to the rider in 5. So Bibby, Hamill, Mullen, Everly, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ronnie Payne is the man in 5. Looks like he's not going to have enough time and room. Jamira's going to go out as well.
Semi-final number 2 hits the track. The 13-year-olds all go into that first corner. Jack Devine's on the inside, racing up an age group, and he's slotted into the 2 spot, right in behind the 4 of Joe Rourke. Rourke, Divine in that order. Archie Bell's in there for 3. That looks like Oliver Taylor in there for 4. But look at the move coming from Adrian Galitis, trying to work his way into a top 4 position. Last turn action. Galitis throws it, and traffic in the last turn. Can Galitis hang on? Here comes the sender. The sender's not quite close enough.
Semi-final number 3, 13-year-old girls. Brooke Fawcett into the turn. Holly Bishop in there as well. Poppy Bishop. Grace Gerard, so they're going 1 and 2, the Hard Knocks bike coaching girls. Here comes Mara McCarron, Radco Racing, trying to work her way into a top 4 position, battling away with Bishop. Elsie Blight's in there as well in 3, but Brooke Fawcett checked out and gone. Gerard in there in 2, Blight in 3, Bishop in 4, McCarron's going to be the unlucky rider in 5.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Second rack of the 13-year-old girls semi-finals. Ulrico, who's the rider on the inside, got to be the W7 plate of Freya Harry's Moto 1 Morkov race team. Who's in there behind her? Looks like Elizabeth Lola Paul has just had the move stuck on her in that first corner. So Hyder picks it up for Pure Bicycles. Airborne into turn number 2. Sticking moves in the corner. Hyder's gone from 3 to 1 in 2 corners. Hyder, Harry's, Paul, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Evolve Collective, that's going to be Sarah Pritchard down the final straight. Oh! It nearly went all wrong for Iris Hyder.
Semi-final number 5, Miller and Jepson going 1 and 2. Freddie Parkinson's in there in 3, the 7 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin is in there in 4. Crooks Martin being pursued by the rider out of the Evolve Collective. That's Max McNulty. McNulty's looking for a place down that final straight. From 3 are looking good. Miller, Parkinson, Jepson. Who's going to get the 4? It was McNulty.
14-year-old semi-final number 2 is a go, and it's JP Jack Perkins on the inside into turn number 1, last year's national number 3. He's going 1 and 2 with last year's national number 2. That is Ethan Howell. JP Howell towards Idler. That's your 1, 2, 3 crank BMX Coulter inside the top 4. That is Charlie Bob Craig. He's being chased down there by the 22 plate. That looks like Henry Potts out of Brookwood Park National Race Team. Can he get close enough? I don't think he will. Craig picking up a bit of a lead down that final straight. He's going to send it through inside the top 4.
Okay, rider, random start. Rider, ready, watch the game.
15-year-old semi-finals are a go. He's getting busy down the hill. Rayford's on the inside, but he's got shut down by Cotty. Cotty, Rayford, that's your 1 and 2 in and out of that first corner. Here comes the 9 of tyres. Eames is neck and neck with Lawrence as they bring it in towards turn number 2. Round the outside, makes it stick. It is going to be Cotty. Rayford, that's your 1 and 2. Tyres looking good. Eames is separating out from Lawrence in and out of the final turn. Down the last straight, Eames is going to get his second A final in a row. Boys semi-final number 8 is a go. Ned Guppy's on the inside. Guppy's on an absolute flyer. He's going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Toby Lynch heading in towards our second corner. Looks like we've got Shaw inside the top 3. Where's Hamilton? Just been shuffled back a spot. He's back there in 5. So that leaves the 15 inside the top 4. Oscar Jewell, he's going to be hunted down the final straight. Hamilton not going to get close enough. Jewell's going to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Okay, rider, random start. Rider, ready, watch the game.
Semi-final number 1 for the 15-year-old girls is on track. Pro Star BMX have got 2 riders in this one headed for turn number 1. Emily Eaton, she's going to hold shot. Who's there with her? Looks like the 2 plate nearly. It went all sorts of wrong for Angelino, but she managed to stick it upright and send it into turn number 2 for Evolve Collective. Eaton, Gianolino, that's your 1 and 2 who's picking up the 3. Isabella Rowe, 2 Pro Star ladies looking to send it through to the final at the moment. Ella Blue Chidley's on the bubble in 4. Who's in 5? Looks like that could be the 6-2-3 of Isla Young. She's going to run out of time and room. It's going to be Ella Blue Chidley get through to the final. Semi-final number 10 is to go the second of the 15-year-old girls heading towards our first corner. It's the 5 on the inside. Jalala Patel going 1 and 2 with Sidonia Cleve on the exit of that first corner. Moto 1 have got a rider inside the top 3. That is Katie Millar out of Moto 1 Muckoff, who's picking up the 4. Looks like Libby Copping out of Crucial Racing. Evie Malkin is in there in 5, got a bit of work to do to catch Copping through the 3rd straight. She's doing all she can to close the gap down. Copping in a bit of traffic behind Millar down that 3rd straight. Here comes Malkin. Has she got enough left in the tank? Patel, Cleve. That's your 1 and 2. 16-year-old boys hit turn number 1, and it's Ram Racing out front looking good. Lucas Seeley and Elijah Jamira, these 2 lads have been on fire all weekend long. Who's picking up the 3 as they go in and out of that second corner? It looks like Savage Racing. That is Eden Boone. Boone's under pressure though. Here comes Luke Wilcox trying to find a way into a top 3 spot, but he's safe and clear and through to the A final.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Semi-final number 12 is a go. It looks like Bradley James on the inside doing it for Reactive Racing. He's going to hold shot into that first corner. Who's the rider picking up the 3-4? Savage. That was Lucas Osborne, sorry, in there in 3. He's chasing down the rusting up racing rider Freddie Franklin in 2. Who's got the final qualifying spot? The 8 plate of Entwistle on the inside. Wasn't quite close enough to McSwitty. It is going to be McSwitty then picking up that final qualifying spot across the line. 17 to 18 year olds are on track, heading for the first corner. Tom Millar on the inside, Nathan Barata is there with him. Jaden Green's thrown it under in turn number 1 and works his way into a top 3 spot. He's got the 3X of Eli Smith right there on his tail into that second corner. Jaden Fawcett got it all to do in there in 5 at the moment. He's chasing down the Rub Racing rider of Eli Smith in and out of the final corner. Millar Barata have run away with it. They're going to take it through safe and clear. Smith's going to nick 3 on the line. Green in 4. Second rack of the 17 to 18 year old semi-finals are on track. Amos Guppy leads it into the turn. Flying Flint Drelincourt is right there on his back wheel. Who's picking up the 3? That's Tom Doran on the 7 plate, bringing it into turn number 2. Ice Bikes are in there as well. That looks like Max Burgess in a qualifying spot, but he's got Ollie Coppin right there with him. Coppin in the final turn. What a move, oh my word. Coppin makes it stick, takes it through to the final. Max Burgess straight over the top of the corner, ran out of room. How on earth Ollie Coppin kept that rubber side down, I have no idea. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Max Burgess is up and on his feet. Absolute carnage in the 17 to 18 year old semi-finals.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
17 to 18 year old women are on track. Check out Sabina Ashman. She wants to make it 2 from 2 wins in the National Series so far this year. Russell Racing going 1 and 2 with Maybo Factory Team UK. That is Esme Pug. She's being chased down though. That looks like hot shots. Isla Radcliffe inside the top 3. Here comes BMX with her photography to Rosie O'Brien. She's in for third straight action. Has the 11 gone enough in the tank to pick up a top 4 finish? That is Eleanor Curtis out of Smiley's Flight Club. She's only got 1 more straight to do it. She's chasing as hard as she can. It's gonna be O'Brien taking that final qualifying spot. Race 16 in and out of that first corner. Sophie Elwood leads them away on the 6 plate. She's coming 1 and 2 with a 14 of Sophie Carniston out of LVG NRT. That looks like Alexis McCartney working her way through a high-low move in turn number 2 to pick up a top 3 position. The 12X is in 4. That is Adele Baruti. Peckham BMX in and out of the final turn. Baruti's looking safe and clear. Elwood's going to pick up that semi-final win. 19 to 29 year olds are on track for their semi-finals, and this one is absolutely stacked with big names. Oh, how on earth Josh Cates kept that up right, I have no idea. Savage, Bradshaw, Cope, Strickland, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Cates was literally riding on the edge of his back wheel, managed to keep it upright, but he's going out in about 7.
Second semi-final for the 19 to 29 year olds. Peterkin Gerard in this one. Looks like the Stay Strong rider leading it out. That is going to be Alfie Bax. Back on his bike again. Gerard in there into the Braintree rider in 3. That's Eddie Kennons. Daniel Cade is in there in 4, but under pressure as they come down the straight from Che Young. Is he going to haul it to the line? Cade from Young literally by a smidge.
19 to 29 year old women are a go. Your world number 5 Savage Racing leads this one out. Annabelle Townsend, she's going 1 and 2 with Pro Start BMX. That is Hannah Drew on the 3 plate. Where's Izzy Hurry? She's in there in 5 at the minute. Got a bit of work to do because she's got Jessica Hemstock in there in 4 and Tilly McCrum in 3. Here comes Hurry down the 3rd straight, looking for a way round. Down the last straight they go then. Townsend, Drew, Hurry's on a late charge to the line. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Hurry nicks it.
Right, 19 to 29 year old females. This is semi-final number 2. Megan Gerard, Remy Godfrey. They are 1 and 2 at the minute. The 6 of Imogen Gibson in there in 3, pushing hard out of Manchester BMX Club. I've got a feeling that's Megan Kirby in there in 4 at the minute. It's the 9 plate. Yeah, it is. It's Megan Kirby being pressured by Amy Willets down that final straight. I think she's going to hang on. Gibson for 3, Kirby for 4.
Grandbed semi-finals are on track. 3 riders out of PR bicycles, all heading into the first turn. The Warlock's in there in 5, he's got it all to do. But Hilly, no questions asked. Hilly leads it into turn number 2. Jason Lewis is in there behind in that 2 spot, but the move comes from Chorkos. He's worked his way from 3 to 2. 2 Pure Bikes riders inside the top 4. The 23 plate is Neil Waddington looking to qualify through. In that 4th qualifying spot down the final straight, Hilly, Chorkos, Lewis, Waddington, that's your 1 through 4.
Right, last of the semi-finals, Grand Veterans, here we go into the turn. Martin Oggy Ogden, Brett Archibald going 1 and 2, Evolve Bicycle Motocross, Stuart Little in there in 3, Brett Knights in 4, Dave Knowles in 5, Ian Milne in there in 6, Somerville in 7. But Martin Ogden, newly mounted on Resilient Racing, taking it down into the final corner. It's going to go Oggy, Archibald, Little and Knight. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4. 10 minutes to your finals, people. 10 minutes.
Lewis, so catching up with the commentators who've had a brilliant, almost bird's eye view on top of the pro section there of some of the racing today. So yeah, let's start. Well, we'll work through the order this afternoon. We were thinking about some of the riders that have come back, Rich.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Absolutely. Riders like Alfie Bax, Ella Blue Chidley, Luke Wilcox. We haven't seen their names on the sheets for a couple of years maybe in some cases. And I only asked Betsy about Alfie the other week and how he was getting on. She's like, yeah, he's fine. And then next thing, he turns up and he's racing. But not only is he turning up and racing, he's in his age category and he's right there at the top. He's right in the middle of the mix. It's like he's never been away. And that's the beauty of BMX. Riders come back and you just go, wow, back on it again. Brilliant.
yeah, and I think he's got a bit of a scrape on his shoulder from practice the other day. So he's riding a tiny bit injured, but I think half of them are in the 1929 now, aren't they? Yeah, and then a couple of standouts for you then, Lewis.
That 15-year-olds category, it's been absolutely fantastic. It's followed on from the last couple of years when they were 13, then 14 last year, and this year it's just outstanding. I mean, there's even a couple of guys that have moved up a couple of age groups that are racing sort of junior men and the 16s, but that age group is still so packed of talent. Everyone in there, the top sort of 20 to 25 riders you'd be expecting to be in a main. That's how good the quality is in that age group. So yeah, that's brilliant to see. And the junior men as well. It's great to have that category back. We've enjoyed it for the last sort of 3 or 4 years. It's so competitive. It's showing what talent that we've got coming through in the UK, which I love to see. Yeah, brilliant racing.
Yeah, and I think even like the tactics in that are improving. There were a couple of short corners in the first corner there where, the younger ones are riding it maybe a little bit like off the challenge hill, but actually they're carrying momentum, which is really important into that pro section. And then the Superclass really stepping things up this year. There's some real competition in there. Obviously a couple of GB squad riders missing this weekend, but I'm sure we'll see them later on. And then and Championship Women and Lexi. We mentioned Lexi in intros this morning, but really showing what she's capable of.
Yeah, she's totally stepped up a game. It's like, she's just found a little notch to just, pull out of the thing that she's been holding her back, and then whoosh. But she's been, putting it to Emily Hutt. She's been right there, and what that gives a rider is confidence. It's like just pulls a block, a mental block. If you've got one, just pulls it out of the way, and it's like, yep, I can do it, and it's bang, there you go. Genie's out the bottle.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's confidence inspiring, isn't it? And the younger ones this morning, there was some really good racing, really competitive. I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot here, Lewis, but a couple that stood out in the younger age groups, or even the older men on the cruisers.
I mean, first and foremost, that 12-year-old category, James Bibby, absolutely on fire. I mean, we're missing Leo this weekend because obviously he had a crash in his first moto yesterday. But that age group, again, just stacked of talent. And it's great to see so many riders. Again, there's sort of 15 riders in that age group that you would be seeing in a main final. And then, yeah, the cruisers, I mean, I love watching cruisers anyway. But that, I think it's 40 to 44-year-olds, Chris Evans, Kieran McAvoy. Good to see Kieran back on a bike after, I think I heard 10 years he's not been racing for. So it's a long old time for someone to be out. And then to turn up this weekend and blitz it how he has done has been fantastic. Chris is a fantastic rider as well. It's great to see him pushing Kieran as much as he can. I think the cruisers are great to watch. I know some people say cruiser doesn't count, but cruiser definitely counts, and you can see the competition, especially like the 19 to 29-year-olds. They're super fast, and what they're doing on them cruisers is insane.
Yeah, well, my Brits was on a cruiser, and so was Jules Allen. So we'll say cruisers count for now. And then I think the other ones that I suppose it's an age group thing. They're sort of the 16, 17, 18s and 19s and 20s who are sticking around. Yeah. We got 44 in the 17-18 Open male. I think there's 20 odd in the female as well. And then the 16, 17s is packed as well. 16s and 19s, is packed as well. So really good numbers staying around in the sport, which is great for competition.
It is very good for competition. What I like about those older age groups as well is when they stick around, there's other things that can distract you when you're 18, 19, 20 years old. And they've kind of gone, you know what, I'm not just going to take the regular path. I'm actually going to devote myself to my sport. I'm going to race hard. Yeah, fine, I might go out for a couple of beers every now and again, but I'm taking it seriously. And it just gives you that extra element of just maturity that I think anybody who's not involved in competitive sport won't get. Because I've always said the pinch points for kids in sport are starting high school and leaving high school. So if you carry on after that, you're doing it for the right reasons. And it brings you forward in all aspects of life.
Oh, for sure. I think the discipline and the confidence and everything else is brilliant. And it's great to see great to see the sport thriving and the numbers in those older age categories really, really thriving. So thanks, guys. We've got finals coming up shortly. Looking forward to the crescendo of the weekend.
Ready to go final racing. 13-year-olds lining up on the gate for the B final. Final time then for block number 2, day number 2 here at the NCC. First round of the 2026 BMX National Series. And we are on with the 13-year-old B final heading into turn number 2. Ronnie Payne's out there in front. Who's there with him? Looks like Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. Isaac the Sender Smith is up there in about 3. Working his way around the outside of Taylor in the final turn. Didn't quite make it stick. He's under pressure from Challenger down the last straight. Challenger pushing all the way to the line. But it's going to be the Sender picking up 3.
Right, let's go. Oh, rider down in the turn. Not sure who it was, but it was the 13s. I've got a feeling it was Holly Hume who hit the deck as we look at Samia Hughes out of Ireland leading out the B final. Mara McCarran in there in 2. The 11, that belongs to Poppy Mate Kirby. In there in 3, being chased down by Team Mind. That'll be Millie Ross. And the Bradford rider rounding out the 5 is Evie Dyson.
14-year-old B final hits the track. Who's on the inside? Hot shot racing. Ethan Crooks Martin. But the whole shot is gonna go to the 13 plate of Joe Douglas. Pure Bikes out there. Oh, one rider hits the deck. I think that might have been Max Vass. He's up to his feet, gonna finish his lap. Put your hands together for Max. Yeah, that's his second of the weekend, isn't it? We'll see you in sunny Scotland soon, Max. Joe Douglas, Ethan Crooks Martin, 1 and 2.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, 15-year-old B final heading down the hill. Nate Hamilton right in the middle of the pack, the first to show. Elvis Lawrence is in there as well. Evan Bartley doing it for Hard Knocks bike coaching, but it's the Mabel rider. Hamilton in there in 1, Lawrence in 2, Geddes in there in 3, Jewel in 4, Evan Bartley rounding out the 5, but coming under pressure in the corner from the rider from Rusty Nut Racing, Robin Mattern, Alonso and Henry Shenton in the mix as well, but it's going to be Hamilton, Lawrence, Geddes, 1, 2, 3, Jewel in 4, Bartley in 5.
15-year-old Evie Malkin hits the deck. In the 15-year-old girls B final, we are looking at the 9 plate, a fire pick, the 10 in there in 2. That is Matilda Zaharev. In and out of that second corner. Who's in there in 3? It looks like we've got the 623 plate of Isla Young. Evie Malkin's up on her feet, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for her. A fire pick going to pick up with that B final win.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, here we go, 16 boys, the B final. Freddie Entwistle, the frustration was written all over his face after the semi-final, and he's going to make up for it right now if he possibly can. He's got Oliver James right there with him. In there in 2, who's got the 3? It's the Evolve rider.
Okay, riders.
That's going to be Alex Dunkley. 15 in there in 4, Jack Davey out of Cornwall, but Entwistle leaving the frustration behind, taking the B final win from Oliver James.
Jaden Fawcett leads in and out of turn number 1 in the 17 to 18-year-old B final. Where's Max Burgess after that huge crash in his semis? In there in that 2 spot, chasing down the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider. That's Fawcett, who is Malachi O'Reilly. He's inside the top 3, being chased by the 14 of Malachi Price. So the 2 Malachis inside the top 4 at the moment as they take it down to the wire.
17 and 18-year-old girls, Eleanor Curtis leading it in from Lucy Groundwater, 1 and 2, Smiley Maloney in there in 3, Annabelle Charlton inside the top 4, battling away with Charlotte Stanley. Teresa McConnell in there as well. Molly Simpson and Bethany Coates. In and out of the turn we go. Eleanor Curtis checking out. Grant Waters leading the charge. Can't quite get to where she needs to be. Maloney, Charlton, Stanley. That's going to be your top 5 as they cross the line.
19 to 29-year-old B final is on track. Charlie Roy leads it out. He's going 1 and 2 with the 13 plate of Oscar Matthew Carlisle, doing it for Team Mind, who's picking up the 3. It looks like we're going to ride around a Peckham BMX on the 020. Theodore Peterkin, Dexter Gambate's in there in 4. Here comes Josh Cates down the final straight, trying to put the pressure on, but it's out front with Charlie Roy.
Let's have a look. These are the 19 to 29-year-old females, the B final. Jetska Hemstock, Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear and EMP Graphics and Signage in there in 2. DC Cycles in there in 3. That's Molly Nice. Willets in 4. The 01 is Rebecca Gold going through in 5, but it's Jetska Hemstock, Ice Bikes and Preston Pirates heading into the final turn. Is Olivia going to chase her down? Jetska's moving away. It's Hemstock, Firth, Nice, Willets, go.
Grandbet's B final is a go. Check out Neil Stewart. Look at that for a start, ladies and gents. The Warlock is absolutely flying. Knowles is in there in 2. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like we've got the 836 plate. That is Neil Cheney. That's your top 3 as it stands. One rider exits right. I think that might have been Ian Milne. So it is all out front with the Warlock. PR Bicycles. Knowles looking for a move in the turn. Didn't dive underneath, but he's going to try and chase Stewart down the final straight. Who's going to get it as they bring it down to the line? Knowles is going to nick it. Year-olds lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Adrian Galitis, Archie Bell, Zach Everly, Marcus Mullen, Zach Hamill, Jack Devine, Joe Rook and James Bibby.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go with the 13-year-olds. Bibby's been shot out of a cannon. Out of lane number 2, Divine's been boxed in. He's in there in about 4 with, one rider hits the deck. I think that might have been Zach Heavily. Let's hope that he's all right. So he's rocking there for 2. That's Divine in 3. Where is Marcus Mullen? He's in there in about 4. Chasing down the factory Maybo rider. But James Bibby wants 2 from 2. In and out of the final turn. Last year's national champ. Bibby takes it to the wire. Rook, Divine, that's your 2 and 3. Put your hands together for Zach Heavily, ladies and gents. 13-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Elsie Blight, Poppy Bishop, Sarah Pritchard, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Iris Hyder, Freya Harris and Brooke Fast Fawcett.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Final number 13 hits the track. You were looking at the 13-year-old girls charging for the first corner. Look at Brooke Fast Fawcett. Hard knocks by coaching in and out of turn number 1. She's going 1 and 2 with the world. Number 7, Freya Harris. Oh, he got busy through the second straight. Elizabeth Lola Poole and Iris Hyder nearly collided, but they're both up right and chasing down Harris, who's in there in 2. Hyder's worked her way from 4 to 3. Harris is now prey as she gets hunted down by Hyder. Hyder comes up short, so it's going to be Fawcett. Harris, here comes Bishop with a late charge. Who got the final podium spot? Hyder just hung on.
Yep, onto the 14s. We have got Charlie Bob Craig, Max McNulty, Mark Tosadilo, Josh Jepson, Freddie Parkinson, James Miller, JP Jack Perkins and Ethan Howell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
14-year-old boys charging down the hill. Freddie Parkinson in the middle of the pack. JP doing it for Hard Knocks. Bike coaching in and out we go. Ethan Howell in there in 2, James Miller in 3. Here comes Parkinson. Jepson's rounding out the top 5. Charlie Pops in there in 6, McNulty in 7, Twasadilo in 8. But JP starting to open a gap now. In and out the final turn we go. But he's not done. Here comes Ethan Howell. Is he going to sneak past? Yes, he is. Howell, Perkins, Miller, Parkinson, Jepson. Wow. 14-year-old girls up next. Anushka Jones, Holly Diver, Naya O'Connell, Martha Cottam, Molly Fumey Carroll, Esme Ward, Emma Kiss, and Ruby Warren.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Girls are go, 14-year-olds. Oh, one rider down already as they go down the first straight. It was the rider out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Emma Kiss, that hit the deck. Meanwhile, Ruby Warren, Esme Ward, Holly Diver are 1, 2, 3 out of the turn. Manchester's Martha Cottam in there in 4, Naya O'Connell in 5, Anushka Jones in 6, and Molly Fumey Carroll in 7. But it's gonna be Ruby Warren, Esme Ward, Holly Diver, your 1, 2, 3.
Put your hands together for Emma Kiss, ladies and gents. 15-year-old boys are locked and loaded up onto the gate. We've got Nathaniel Eames, Oscar Jewell, Oliver Tyers, Isaac Shaw, James Cottrell, Kobe Rayford, Toby Lynch, and Ned Guppy.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
15's all a go, oh, they're banging bows down the hill. Guppy and Cotty into the turn. Oh, Shaw throws it under in the corner. Works his way into 2. Rayford's in there for 3. Cotty's back in about 5 or 6 now. But it's Ned Guppy, last year's national number 2. Out front, can anyone catch him? I think not. Rayford round the outside, works his way into that 2 spot. Shaw's in 3. Jewell chasing Shaw down to the line for the podium spot on the line. Nathaniel Eames in 5.
All right, guys, if we can ask for total silence, please, before the gate drops. Total silence, please. Also, as well, if you borrowed a transponder, if you can return it ASAP, that would be lovely. Thank you.
15-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Libby Copping, Katie Millar, Ella Blue Chidley, Isabella Rose, Sidonie Cleve, Jalala Patel, Rin Janalino, and Amelie Eaton.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
15-year-old girls hit the track. Amelie Eaton, oh, Rin Janalino hits the deck. Eaton leaves the rest of the pack out of turn number 1. Check out her teammate. Bella Rowe has worked her way into 2. Pro Star BMX, make some noise. You are in 1 and 2 in the 15-year-old girls final. Jalala Patel's in there for 3. That looks like Mongoose. In there for 4. That is Ella Blue Chidley. In and out of the final turn. Amelie Eaton, no one can catch her this weekend. Eaton, Rowe, Patel, Chidley. That's your 1 through 4.
Right, 16-year-olds up next on top of the hill. Good to see Rin rolling away. As we look at the boys on top of the hill, we've got Eric McSwitty, Luke Wilcox, Lucas Osborne, Eden Boone, Freddie Franklin, Elijah Jamira, Bradley James, and yesterday's winner, Lucas Seeley. Absolute quiet, please, for the start. Thank you.
Random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate drops on the 16-year-olds, pretty even as they come out, but Seeley started to turn it on as they go into turn number 1. Oh! Elbows flying left and right. That's ruined it for Wilcox. He's out the wrong side of the track. So, Seeley absolutely got his nose out in front. That looks like Freddie Franklin in there in 4, McSwitty in 5. Bradley James in there in 2, but Lucas Seeley 2 from 2. James going through, Eden Boone, Freddie Franklin. But all the action was in turn number 1. "16-year-old girls are up next. On top of the hill, we have got Ruby Walford, Summer Glenn, Itana Price, Eliza French, Grace Burge, Ailey Watson, Lucy Gardner, and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. "16s are go." Let's have a look. That looks like Ailey Watson, the first to rise. Eliza French is in there. Lottie Brown trying to get underneath and work her way into that 2 spot. Now, Absolute Bicycle Motocross versus. Oh! The touch of elbows took them both out. That's left it wide open. Eliza French, I think it is, who's in there. Summer Glenn on the inside trying to sneak through. In and out the final turn. Grace Burge is in there. Burge and French to the line. Burge is going to get it. Burge in 1, French in 2. There's a photo for 3. The elbows touched as they approached the step up. And that's what took Watson and Brown down to the grounds.
17 to 18-year-old men lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Ollie Copping, Jaden Green, Eli Smith, Tom Doran, Flynn Drellincourt, Nathan Baratta, Amos Guppy and Tom Millar.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
17 to 18-year-old boys hit the track. Millar's out of lane number 1 and they're banging bows through the first straight. Guppy's right there with him. Oh, check out Baratta. Threaded the needle and he's picked out a podium spot. So into turn number 2 they go. It is Millar, Guppy. Out front, Baratta's being chased down by Ollie Coppin as he bring it into the final turn. Guppy looking for a high-low and a drag race down the last straight. Guppy putting on the pressure. It's going to be Millar on the line. Guppy, Baratta, that's your podium. 17 to 18-year-old girls are up on the gate ready for their final. We've got Adele Veruti, Rosie O'Brien, Isla Radcliffe, Alexis McCartney, Esme Brooke, Sophie Carniston, Sophie Elwood and Sabina Ashman.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
It was a slightly long pause on the gate. That did not faze Ashman one bit. She's going to charge into that first corner with the lead. Who's here with her? Got to be Carniston out of LVG NRT. That is McCartney in there for 3. Elwood's in 4. Here comes Esme Brook working her way across into a top 5 position. The battle's on for 2. McCartney's not done yet. She's chasing Carniston through the 3rd straight. But Sabina Ashman absolutely on fire all weekend long. Ashman, Carniston, who's going to get the 3 a late charge from Elwood. She's going to nick it off McCartney. Esme Brook rounds out the top 5.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. Strap yourselves in, tighten those seatbelts. It's time for the 19 to 29-year-olds. We have got Dan Kay, Eddie Cannons, George Gerard, Alfie Bax, Callum Strickland, Oliver Cope, Tyrese Bradshaw and Brynley Savage. Silence for the start, please. Thank you.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yesterday's final was absolutely action-packed. What have we got in store for us today? Savage and Bradshaw in and out of the turn. Callum Strickland's trying to work his way in. That looks like Oliver Cope in there in 3. Eddie Cannons is having a blinder of a lap. He's in there in 4 at the moment. The 2 Hard Knocks boys are trying to pull him back in. But Savage in and out the final turn. Looks like Brindley's going to take the win. Tyrese Bradshaw for 2. Ollie Cope for 3, Cannons for 4, Strickland for 5. (19 to 29) year-old ladies, we have got lined up on the gate Megan Kirby, Imogen Gibson, Izzy Hurry, Tilly McCrum, Hannah Drew, Remy Godfrey, Megan Gerard and Annabelle Townsend.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
19 to 29-year-old girls, Townsend got a great start. Megan Gerard on the inside, Hannah Drew's in the middle of the pack as they go in and out of the turn. Let's have a look. Townsend leading it through. Who's in there in 5? That looks like Megan Kirby in that 5th spot. But as they go out of turn number 2, Annabelle Townsend starting to open that lead now. The only person anywhere near is Megan Gerard out of Rab Racing. And I think she's just left herself too much to overcome. It's going to be Townsend, Gerard, 1 and 2, Remy Godfrey in there in 3. Hannah Drew in 4, Imogen Gibson in 5.
Right, Masters up on the gate. We've got George Higley, David James, Matthew Bourne, Sean Issett, Tom Palmer, Adam Brazil, Connor Hudson and Billy Luckhurst.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Masters all go. Hudson's had a blinding start. Lucas right there on the inside into turn number 1. Adam Brazil went round the outside, couldn't make it stick. Hudson leads it out. Palmer's in there in 2. Here comes Billy Luckhurst into turn number 2. They're banging bows as he takes advantage and swoops underneath. So it's Hudson, Luckhurst, is it Palmer? Palmer throws it back under in the final turn. Hudson under pressure now, here comes Billy down to the line. Hudson, Luckhurst, Palmer, is it 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, veterans up next. We've got Mark Moore, Grant Yerbury, Zoltan Bude, Danny Taylor, Mark Vries, Matt Barnard, John Lillingston and Scott Boom Boom Beaumont.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Veterans all go 40 plus without the fuss. Here we go into turn number 1. Beaumont, Barnard going 1 and 2. That's Lillingston in there in 3. Oh! Lillingston's team now. Danny T and Yerbury got it all wrong down the second straight. Absolute carnage before turn number 2. Meanwhile, Beaumont and Barnard are at it again. Just Beaumont taking it on the line. Freezing 3. Mark Moore for the 5. Zoltan Bude for the 4. But Livingston got it wrong. Going over the triple. Down he went. Danny T had nowhere to go. Straight into the back of him. Another pair of race pants going in the bin. Danny's up and all right. Ring Lancashire Dairies, Danny. I think he's milking it. We love him. We love our veterans. Old enough to know better, young enough not to care. That is their motto. And if that wasn't enough, we've got the Van Grand veterans up next.
Well, let's get you introduced then. Neil Waddington, Brett Knight, Jason Lewis, Christos Chorkos, Stuart Little, Brett Archibald, Martin Oggy Ogden and Alan Hill.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Attack, the Grand Vets are on the track. Healy's got a great start out of lane number 1. Jason Lewis is right there as well. The move came from Oggy in the first corner. He's worked his way from 3 to 2. Jason Lewis has shuffled back a couple of spots, back to 4. And that looks like Archibald has worked his way into 3. But Haley out front, check it out. Pure Bikes taking it into the final turn. Hilly gonna wrap up another national win. Augie for 2. Archibald's in there in 3. Jason Lewis under pressure from Stuart Little down to the line. Lewis is gonna hang on to 4. Right. Junior men lining up on the gates for their final. Out of Evolve Collective, Henry Rayner. For Stay Strong, Harvey Tomlinson. Out of Pro Start, Heath Thomas. For Pure Bikes, Cody Coker. For Supercross Factory, Ty DS. Out of Mabo Factory Team, Noah Everly. For Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, James Clitheroe. And out of Stay Strong, Kai Bowen. There was no pause for the gate. RDS is shot out of the cannon, but Clitheroe on the inside. James Clitheroe, Chase Bicycles and Hard Knocks. He's leading this one out. He's gone. Heath Thomas right there behind him. Kai Bowen's up to 3. Here comes Harvey Tomlinson. Look for an inside move, but it's Noah Everly that takes advantage and works his way to a top 4 spot. Thomas chasing Clitheroe in and out of the final corner. It's going to be James Clitheroe, 2 for 2. Heath Thomas, Kai Bowen, Noah Everly. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, 2 more finals left. Yeah, and I'm on the wrong side of the track. Well done, Rich. Right, championship women lining up. We have Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Megan Roy, Jess Marriott, Emmy Seaward, Taya Gaynor, Emily Hutz, Lexi Waits, and Freya the Slayer Chalice. Championship women, here we go. Freya the Slayer on the inside. Emily's right there with her. Lexi's trying to work her way underneath and into the top 3. Chalice out in front. Chalice, Hut, wait, 1, 2, 3. That's Taya Gaynor in there in 4. Emmy Seaward shopping for a position. Annalise Cadman Carpenter getting shuffled back just that little bit. What's going to happen in the final turn? Hunt's all over the back of Freya. Who's going to get into the line? Chalice and Hunt to the stripe. Chalice from Hunt. Lexi Wade takes yet another podium. Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable racing from the championship women. Great to see. One more final left, the Superclass. Before I introduce you to those finalists, we have some thank yous to do. First up, the guys and the girls in the green fatigues, I think I best call them. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you off to hospital as and when necessary. We cannot run a race without them. Please give it up. Make some noise for our medical team. Next up, the guys and the girls in the blue. Not so long ago, they were all dressed in grey and it was draining their souls. Now we've got them in blue and they're all nice and happy again. We can't run a race without these guys either. Please make some noise for our commissaires and admin team. Right, let's introduce you to the guys and... I was going to say guys and girls. Guys on the gates, the Superclass final, the final of the weekend here in Manchester. For Pure Bicycles on the 605, it's Harrison Bell. The 139 for Savage Racing, Casey Markley. On the 1 plate out of Birmingham BMX Club, Joss Marden. On the 85 for Manchester BMX Club, Danny O'Gorman. On the 180 for Preston Pirates and BM Racing, Finley Hoff. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the 51, all action, all the time, Ben Cornish. On the 546 out of Birmingham BMX Club, Bradley Russell. And on the 141 representing the LCC BMX race team, took the win in round number 1. Can he do it again? It's George Hunt. Silence for the start, please. Thank you.
Here, random start. Rider is ready. Watch the gate.
Go, 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 Superclass and down the hill, the elbows were flying. Oh, rider down already, Casey Markley, Marnham's gone as well. George Hunt is out front and Cornish is chasing him down, both getting sketchy through that second straight. Bradley Russell's in there in 3, O'Gorman in 4, that looks like Harrison Bell in 5. But I don't think you're going to stop George Hunt. 2 from 2, 4 again. Oh! Cornish at the line, it's a photo finish. Oh my words. If that comes back to haunt George Hunt, Ben Cornish never gave up. Threw that bike at the line. The photo finish. We await the results. Ho, ho, ho. Mental. 3 1,000ths of a second.